Well, I mean, it's a tremendous sport, and just I love the game. I love racing, and so many good memories, and just the just what it did in the community here. It was a great entertainment, a great show, great place to go, great place to meet people. Harness horse people are some of the best people in the world, down to earth, salt of the earth people, fantastic people. And just, the people, the camaraderie, those are the things that mean the most to me. People in harness racing are all salt of the earth, friendly, and it was a great game, a great sport, and just a lot of fun to be around.
Mic check. Mic check. Test. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Wednesday night at Rideau Carleton, there were 10 live races, starting off with the preferred handicap trot and an upset. Kenogami Coco is on the lead. The Can-Am Banker unfortunately jumped it off and was taken to the back of the field. Kenogami Coco under pressure now from a late charging Tyrone Bowtie coming after Kenogami Coco out there by a length as the wire looms ahead. Tyrone Bowtie one last surge. He can't catch Kenogami Coco. 155 and 3. Tyrone Bowtie was second ahead of Stomper Tom. And the Can-Am Banker, bred by Jean-Francois Reed of Anjou, Quebec, trained by Christine Beaulieu, and driven to victory by Robert Shepard. Congratulations. That's the third win this season by Kenogami Coco, who deserves those pats. 155 and 3, his fastest win this year, too. Pulling off the mild upset in race 1, Kenogami Coco and Robert Shepard. Sixth, and gearing up for a late kick. That's Anna's Wish, trailing to 3/4. Sobel Amber. They went to 3/4 in 125 and 4, and they're stacking up behind the leader, Smiling Billy the Kid, who needs to dig in for the stretch drive. Horizon Sealster still gaining up the inside. I'm a Dude, turning it on late. Sports Activator is charging 3 high, but Smiling Billy the Kid has a big smile on his face and gets the 154 and 3 win over Horizon Sealster. Close for show there. I'm a Dude and Sports Activator duking it out. Frown Upside Down, owned and trained by Benoit Hubert of Papineauville, Quebec. Bred by William D. Brown of Hanover, Ontario. Guy Gagnon the winning driver, and that's win number 4 of the season for Smiling Billy the Kid, 154-3. Congratulations. In 126 flat, and the turning point, not wanting to get left behind tonight, is drawing alongside leader Beach Journey at the top of the stretch, backing down somewhat. Beauty is Blind. They're charging for home. The turning point is pouring it on. Beach Journey is fighting back, but it's going to be the turning point inching towards the wire and getting the win over Beach Journey. Putty Cat up for show, 155 flat. The 2 winning favorite. She's a 6-year-old brown mare by J.K. End of an Era out of T.Y. Chris Legacy. Owned and trained by Robert Bernicki of Quebec. Bred by Lindar Stables of Indiana with the Irv Miller Stable Incorporated of Pennsylvania and Omer J. Miller of Illinois. Marie-Claude Auger gets her first driving win of the night. That's win number 8 of the season for the turning point, 155 flat. And coming down the stretch, it's May Lose Control who is getting pounced on by the late speed up the inside. JJ Xavier. Greystone Watchman gets the win over JJ Xavier. Bayfield Beach, May Lose Control, 154 flat. Unofficial race 4 winner number 7, Greystone Watchman, a 7-year-old bay gelding by He's Watching out of Lady Cordelisa, owned by Nicolas Soucy of Sorel Tracy, Quebec. Great to hear that applause. Bred by James F. Caddy and A. Jean Caddy of Embro, Ontario. Guy Gagnon trains and drives. Greystone Watchman, the 154 flat winner. That's win number 4 of the season. That's a new seasonal best for Greystone Watchman and the second driving win of the card for Guy Gagnon. Congratulations. Up to the sulky wheel. Mickey makes some speed. Drawing alongside. Mickey makes some speed. Oh, he's going to be second as Sporty Bob gets the victory for Guy Gagnon, his 3rd driving win of the night. Mickey makes some speed second, and for show, it might have been Saskabush Steve, 156 flat. For race 5, yeah, bring on the applause. That's the 2024 O'Brien Award of Horsemanship winner, back with number 2, Sporty Bob. 5-year-old bay gelding by Sports Writer out of Tis or It Too, I think. Owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario. Bred by M&S Racing Stable Incorporated of Rockwood, Ontario. Trained by Mandy Archer. That's the 3rd driving win of the night for Guy Gagnon and the 3rd win of the season for Sporty Bob, 156. Trying to get something rolling, and Soleo is 3 wide for the stretch drive. It's still Royal Mass, but for how long? Southwind Mac coming up the inside and down the middle of the track. Soleo dropping back. RJ's Dynamite. It's going to be Soleo getting there over Royal Mass. Southwind Mac. Angelic Sealster looks to complete the top 4, 159-3. Yeah, bring the applause for this 3-year-old bay filly by Muscle Mass out of Cor Leo, owned by Ecurie Provocante of Mirabel, Quebec, also her breeder. She's trained by Maxime Vellet, driven to victory by William Waugh, his 1st driving win of the night. That's the 2nd win for Soleo. She's undefeated at Rideau Carleton. Congratulations, 159-3 winner, Soleo. Mo and the early breaker, the Magic of Life, 125-3 to 3/4, and it's probably too late to reel in Southwind Russian. He's looking strong. He's leading by a good 5 lengths over next closest Royal Duras coming down the lane. Southwind Russian back to his old self, the only one within range for place. Royal Duras up for show. Synergy S ahead of CrossFit in 155-3. Record. Unofficial race 7 winner number 6, Southwind Russian. A 5-year-old brown gelding by Tactical Landing out of Raising Roxanne, owned by a numbered Quebec Corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, bred by Southwind Farms LLC of Pennington, New Jersey. Trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Congratulations. Great to see him back at his best. Southwind Russian, unofficial race 7 winner. Side, Rose Run, Why Not, has stuck her head in front, and she's pulling ahead now. She's a half length ahead, being chased to the wire by Lorenzo. Rose Run, Why Not gets her second seasonal victory. Raising Rusty and Lorenzo duking it out for place. 1:57.1. Unofficial race 8 winner, number 4, Rose Run, Why Not, a 7-year-old bay mare by Uncle Peter out of Locomotion, owned by Investissement KFB, Sorel Tracy, Quebec, and trainer Carl Duguay of Trois Rivières. She is bred by Rose Run Farm of Sugar Creek, Ohio, driven to victory by Ryan Guy. That's their first race together, and it results in a 1:57.1 win. She deserves that applause. Rose Run, Why Not, the official winner of and trailing, but getting going late from last. Better Hold On Tight, 1:25.3 to 3/4. Coming down the stretch now, it's a battle between Midnight Mood on the outside and a tough Sunny Bow on the inside. It's Midnight Mood up alongside Midnight Mood by a head over Sunny Bow, and then it's back to Better at High Tide. Better Hold On Tight closed for 4th, 1:55 flat. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 9 winner, number 2, Midnight Mood, a 7-year-old bay gelding by J.K. Endevanera out of La Diable, owned by trainer Jamie Johnson with Sonia Johnson, both of Edwards, Ontario, bred by William C. DeLong of Wisconsin and William P. DeLong of Illinois. Robert Shepard gets his second driving win of the night. That's win number 3 of the season for Midnight Mood. 1:55 flat. Congratulations to his connections. Match race now. Little Bearcat pouring it on. Changement de Temps is fighting back on the inside. It's these two to the wire. Oh, that's very tight. It looks like Changement de Temps may have held off Little Bearcat up for show. That was Shadow Dave, 1:56.4. Are involved in this inquiry concerning action near the half. We'll have to wait to hear more from the AGCO racing officials. Here's the winner, back in the winner's circle for the first time. This is a maiden victory of the parimutuel kind for Changement de Temps, a 3-year-old bay colt by Leader Bayama out of Intense, owned by Guy Corbet of Mirabel, Quebec. Also his breeder, Maxime Vellet, trains. Robert Shepard drives. 1:56.4, the maiden win for Changement de Temps. Congratulations. In the Race 1 Preferred Handicap Trot, Kanagami Coco delivered the first of 3 driving wins of the card for Robert Shepard in a 1:55.3 victory over Tyrone Bowtie. Be sure to make plans to join us on track or online on Sunday, August 24th for Ontario Sire Stakes Gold and Grassroots 3-year-old pacing fillies at 6:30 p.m. post time at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Ontario Racing is also bringing their kids camp to the track. It's on Sunday, the 24th of August. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and kids, and mini horses. All here at Rideau Carleton this evening for Ontario Sire Stakes Gold and Grassroots 3-year-old pacing fillies. And we'd like to welcome Ontario Racing, bringing their Kids Day Camp this evening during the live races. If you're on track, look for the white tent in front of the grandstand and the mini horses walking around. There's going to be programming throughout the evening. So check out the white tent, sponsored by Ontario Racing, for the kids' activities. We're about 29 minutes away from race 1 on this exciting card on race night, number 41 of the 2025 meet. The track condition is fast weather, partly cloudy skies, a temperature of 25 degrees Celsius, 77 Fahrenheit. Winds are from the northeast at 16 kilometers an hour, 10 miles per hour. Humidity is at 40%. We do have a number of changes to tonight's program, so you'll want to keep close tabs, some driver changes and equipment changes that can make quite a difference. First of all, we're going to take a look at track handicapper selections for upcoming race 1 with post time in 28 minutes, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early daily double wagering. Glenn Pearson going with the 4 Built to Thrill, 0 for 8 this season, but has been closing well in some starts and in others recently, setting the pace and holding on for place. So Built to Thrill seems to be on the brink of a maiden-breaking victory. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Big Jim, and I believe she has a driver change we'll get into when we review those changes. 6-5 right now for Glenn's top choice, the 4 Built to Thrill. I like the 1, Wicked Buddy Buck from the rail, James McDonald, driving for trainer Mario Patry. This is a 2-year-old colt by McWicked, and he's hit the board in 3 of 5 starts so far, and he's coming in after a stake start at Hippodrome 3R on August 17th. He ended up 3rd, but I think his chances improve here, stepping down from the stakes level and picking up the reigning 2024 O'Brien Driver of the Year in town for the OSS. So that's my pick, Wicked Buddy Buck from the rail at 6-1 right now. Glenn likes the 6, One Lucky Beach, a 2-year-old gelding by Sunshine Beach, trained by Patrick Dillon, Bob McClure getting the drive. He's using that one second in his ticket. I have the 6, 4th in my ticket. That's the 3-5 current favorite, number 6, One Lucky Beach, making only his 2nd career start after racing in the Prospect Series on August 16th at Kawartha Downs, ending up 6th. So maybe Bob McClure can find out ways to remedy that, and there's a little bit of class relief as well for the current 3-5 favorite, number 6, One Lucky Beach. I'm using the 5-second. Caviar Harper just missed, charging late last Sunday for the returning Marie-Claude Auger. This is a 2-year-old Captain Crunch colt, and that was his best ever start in his debut for Marie-Claude Auger. He's trained by Gavin Christie, and I almost made him my top selection here, but 18-1 right now on the 5, Caviar Harper. I think that's quite generous. Glenn is using the 5 in his Superfecta ticket. He's got the 2, Bisca Watch, 3rd for Guy Gagnon and Marcel Rozon. And in the 3rd spot, I'm using Glenn's top choice, Built to Thrill. 4-6-2-5 for Glenn, 1-5-4-6 for me. Windows are open. And again, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early daily double wagering available. Good luck. Here come the changes for race 1. As mentioned, a driver change on Glenn Pearson's top selection, number 4, Built to Thrill, going from Pascal Berube to Jody Jamieson. Jody Jamieson driving the 4 in race 1. A driver to be announced, actually, on the 5, Caviar Harper, Marie-Claude Auger, coming back from Quebec, I believe, off her drive. And the 8, Finding Dory, also in need of a driver, Robert Shepard, racing at 3R. So those 2 are to be announced. And we have a shoeing change on the 9 in race 1, Lady Liz. She's going steel to aluminum up front. In race 2, there are equipment changes on the 1, Red Cape Party. In fact, all the equipment changes are on that one horse. On Red Cape Party, the hobbles come in from 64 inches to 63 inches, and he also goes from can't see back to blind bridle. No changes in race 3. A driver change on the 1 in race 4, Doc Houston, changed the driver from Stéphane Brosseau to Louis-Philippe Roy. Also, equipment changes on number 5, Carson Star Choice in race 4. He is removing Murphy on the right and going blind to open bridle. The hobbles also coming in 58 to 57 inches. No changes in race 5. In race 6, there's one driver change. It's on number 7, Self-Made. Change the driver from Stéphane Brosseau to Louis-Philippe Roy. No changes in races 7, 8, or 9. There's an equipment change in race 10 on number 3, Light the Torch, going blind to blinkers. And one driver change in race 11 on number 3, Woodmere Gaelic. Changed the driver from Jonathan Drury to William Waugh. That completes the changes for now, but as you just heard, we do need to get drivers down quickly for the 5 Caviart Harper and the 8 Finding Dory in upcoming race 1. Those drivers are to be announced. I'll be looking into that. We have a couple of regular features that preview ahead of our live races on Sunday evenings. We have This Week in Harness Racing, and we also have a look back at Rideau Carleton history called Worth Remembering. So if you're joining us for the OSS tonight, you'll be treated to them ahead of race 1. This week in harness racing, we take you to Saturday, August 23rd at the Ayers Cliff Fair, part of the Quebec Circuit Régional. A track record was set at the 1.5 mile distance by Alain Fillion's mare Alessandra and driver Mathys Lapointe.
Bloc d'oignons fleuris au monde, mesdames, messieurs. Son kiosque est tout juste, pas loin du mien. T'as les guichets de Paris, t'as mon kiosque passioncourse.ca, puis tu vas voir Hervé pas loin. Merci à Hervé et à ses 2 charmantes filles, Sandrine et Victoria. Si ça te tente d'aller faire un petit bonjour et vous procurer un superbe bloc d'oignons après les courses, ce serait bien plaisant pour lui. Et ils sont derrière la barrière, dans le virage du départ pour la 10e. C'est le 1 500. A mile and 1/2 avec J.A. Speed Gaby, Alessandra, The Dog in the Fight, Military Man et Indigo Silster. Les voici. Here they come. They're off and pacing facilement, projeté à l'avance. C'est Alessandra pour Mathys Lapointe. J.A. Speed Gaby pour Sylvain Fontaine des 2e. 3e, third, The Dog in the Fight. 4e, fourth, Military Man. Et 5e, fifth, Indigo Silster. Down the backside they go for the first time. C'est le 1 500 de la série 1 500 du circuit régional. Alors qu'Alessandra est en tête. Et showing the way for Mathys Lapointe. 2e, second, J.A. Speed Gaby s'accroche à la meneuse. Et on franchit le quart plus lentement que d'habitude puisque cette course est de 3 tours de piste. 32-2, 32 into opening quarter. Dans le 2e tour, tous derrière Mathys Lapointe et Alessandra. Sylvain Fontaine est 2e, second avec J.A. Speed Gaby. 3e, third, The Dog in the Fight, Gaétan Fortin. 4e, fourth, Military Man, Denis Audet. Et 5e, fifth, Indigo Silster, Éric Milo. Mesdames et messieurs, on vient franchir le premier de 3 tours avec en tête, on top, Alessandra. J.A. Speed Gaby s'accroche au meneur. Le premier à s'amener à l'extérieur, c'est Denis Audet avec Military Man. First over, The Dog in the Fight. 4e, fourth. And on the outside, Indigo Silster at the back of the pack. Into the back stretch now, dans l'autre droit. Pour franchir le 3/4 d'un mille. Il s'agit d'1 mille et demi. Et la bataille est engagée dans le backstretch de Bernal is on. Into the backstretch avec Military Man et Alessandra. Sylvain Fontaine bien positionné avec son GS Speed Gabby. Suivi l'Indigo Silster. Et derrière le peloton, The Dog in the Fight. 1:38 et 2. 1:38 and 2 au 3/4 d'un mille. Dans le virage à nouveau. À l'extérieur, Military Man. À l'intérieur, c'est Alessandra. Sylvain Fontaine, est-ce qu'il est bien placé? Lui, avec GS Speed Gabby. On vient franchir le 1000. Au 4e rang, The Dog in the Fight. Et à l'extérieur, c'est Indigo Silster. On franchit le 1000. Military Man. Alessandra descend l'espoir posé. Très bien positionné. Very good sport for Sylvain Fontaine avec GS Speed Gabby. On a passé au 1000 en 2:09 et 2. The mile in 2:09 and 2. And down the backside now for the last time avec Alessandra. À l'extérieur, deuxième Military Man. Troisième chemin, 3 wide. GS Speed Gabby gaining ground in the center of the track. Quatrième for the Dog in the Fight. Au 3/4 de mille, Alessandra maintient son avance. GS Speed Gabby est stationnaire à l'extérieur. On est dans le dernier tournant. Final turn now for this 1 mile and a half avec Alessandra. GS Speed Gabby et Military Man. On vient compléter. On est dans le droit pour venir compléter le 1000 et demi. Mathis Lapointe, Alessandra easily here in the 10th race. Quatrième victoire, Mathis Lapointe avec Alessandra. Very close for a second. Très serré pour la deuxième. Ils sont 3 à la photo avec GS Speed Gabby, The Dog in the Fight et Military Man. Victoire de Alessandra. Mathis Lapointe. Le 1000 et demi en 3:11 et 2.
Congratulations to the new Ayers Cliff Fair 1.5 track record holder that we just watched on our segment looking at This Week in Harness Racing. Alessandra set the track record 3 minutes, 11 seconds, and 2/5 for the 1.5 winning by 3 lengths. That was yesterday afternoon at the Circuit Régional Fair at Ayers Cliff. Alessandra has raced at Rideau Carleton quite a bit in the past. She's owned by Alain Fillion of Sherbrooke, Quebec, who also trains and was driven by up-and-coming driver, one to watch. He's currently an amateur. He had 4 wins yesterday, Mathis Lapointe. We have some good news to report in race 1. The 2 horses that were in need of drivers have them. Number 5, Caviar Harper, changed the driver from Marie-Claude Auger to Daryl Thiessen. Daryl Thiessen will drive number 5, Caviar Harper, in race 1. And the 8, Finding Dory, changed the driver from Robert Shepard to Travis Henry. Travis Henry driving number 8, Finding Dory. That's in addition to the earlier announced driver change in race 1 on number 4, Built to Thrill, going from Pascal Berube to Jody Jameson. We're about 16 minutes away from post time for race 1. Welcome if you're just arriving or just joining us online in Canada on HPI Bet or at your local simulcast lounge. We've got 11 live races tonight coming to you from the nation's capital, and we've got the OSS Grassroots and Gold 3-year-old Pacing Fillies. Should be very exciting. We actually have the 2024 Some Beach Somewhere Horse of the Year, Chantilly, as one of the 3-year-old Gold Pacing Fillies tonight. It's wonderful to see her here, and she's got a tough post to overcome, but she's going to be the favorite, I predict. She's certainly got her hands full, though. On this 11 race card, that is the highlight. So we hope you can tune in throughout the card for the OSS as well as the Rideau regulars. We have our preferred handicap pace in race 10. You can see our reigning horse of the year, the Light Speed, for the 2024 O'Brien Award of Horsemanship winner, Guy Gagnon. And if you're looking for Chantilly, she's got post 8 in race 9 for regular driver James McDonald. We also have the $20,000 final of the Hard Rocking Summer Claiming Series. That's coming up in race 8 tonight. We're about 13 minutes away from post time for race 1. And the Ontario Racing Kids Camp is here at the track at Rideau Carleton this evening. If you brought your kids or grandkids or younger siblings, you can direct them to the white tent in front of the grandstand. The mini horses are there greeting the fans right now. There's a lot of interactive activities offered there tonight for kids, boys and girls, aged 6 through 12. They can get to meet with professional horse people in the racing industry, experience some interactive learning stations on horse care, and just some fun activities, including coloring and a hide-and-seek game taking place in and around the white tent in front of the grandstand. Getting a look at the mini horses now and the interactive learning station. There's also barbecue happening, and Mr. Lucky's restaurant is open for dining and viewing and has self-serve wagering terminals. That's upstairs in the grandstand. I was speaking with racing manager Peter Androsak earlier this afternoon, and we talked about the nice fast track and the strong contingent of 3-year-old pacing fillies coming in tonight. So with the fast track, we thought we'd take a look at the track record. The current track record for 3-year-old pacing fillies at Rideau Carleton is 150-2. This was set by Powerful Chris on August 25th, 2019. And Powerful Chris's record at Rideau Carleton actually stands as the fastest ever 5/8 mile track win on a Canadian 5/8 mile track by a 3-year-old filly pacer. This year's fastest 3-year-old pacing filly on a 5/8 mile track in Canada so far is Britta's Best Bet, winning in 152-1 at Grand River on August 11th. So they may go faster than that tonight. I think they will. And the 150-2 record could be in danger. We're about 10 minutes away from post time for race 1. an Ontario Sire Stakes Gold and Grassroots Night. And for those just joining us, lots of people walking in front of the grandstand right now, just showing up for the races. There are important driver changes in race 1. Number 4, Built to Thrill, going from Pascal Berube to Jody Jamieson. Number 5, Caviar Harper, going from Marie-Claude Auger to Daryl Thiessen. And number 8, Finding Dory, going from Robert Shepard to Travis Henry. Also a shoeing change on the 9, Lady Liz, going steel to aluminum up front. One of the online horse players who interacts on racing Twitter asked me earlier about whether post 9 at Rideau is an outside post or a trailing post. So if you're new to playing this track, post 9 is the second tier or trailing post position. We go 8 wide. The favorite currently in win betting for race 1 is number 6 at odds of 8-5 at the moment. It's the homebred One Lucky Beach, who raced second last to the half in the August 16th Prospect Series at 5/8 mile Kawartha Downs. One Lucky Beach was gaining ground late in the field's fastest closing quarter, 29-1. This is his debut for driver Bob McClure and second career start. 8-5 favoritism, One Lucky Beach. Glenn Pearson's top choice is the beaten 1-5 favorite, who has post 4 here, Built to Thrill, who parked business on the beach in Sunday's battle off the Rideau gate and cut the fractions only to get collared in the stretch by that pocket-sitting rival. Built to Thrill held on for place, and hasn't missed the board since June 1st. My top choice is the 1 at odds of 6-1 right now. The class-dropping number 1, Wicked Buddy Buck, making a Rideau debut in his first start for driver James McDonald. Wicked Buddy Buck was gapping third early in Hippodrome 3R Stakes Company last Sunday, following 1-9 favorite White Mountain Sun for driver Pascal Berube. Wicked Buddy Buck tightened up in third by the half and tipped first over to circle the early pace setter Night Off on the backstretch. Wicked Buddy Buck closed the gap by the top of the stretch, only to get stung by a fast-closing long shot. 25-1 Dark Flame in deep stretch over a tiring surface that was rated slow with a 3-second variant. 5-1 now on my top pick in race 1, number 1, Wicked Buddy Buck. Track handicapper selections are displayed on screen. Take note, these were done ahead of the driver changes that have been announced and that we'll be showing you shortly in the post-parade. But before then, I'd like to thank Aidan Keeley-Griffith for sending in tonight's Worth Remembering segment, looking back on a memorable victory in Rideau Carleton racing history. nights worth remembering. We go to Thursday, August 11th, 2022, and a win by De Chairman for trainer Emily Vino and driver Richard Simard.
They're often pacing. De Chairman is fired up for Richard Simard and takes the lead down the center. Party Vibes gets into the 2-hole. Landing third is Pretty Diva. Salzbrook Raptor is unhurried away from the gate in fourth. Zayden's Luck is the fifth one, another 2 lengths to well worth the wait. Then Moonlight Boy is 15 lengths off of the early lead, trailing his Master Fencer by the quarter of 27-1. It's a big opener. Charged up is De Chairman on the front end. 4 lengths in arrears, second, Party Vibes. Pretty Diva, under some right-handed reminders from third, another 3 to Salzbrook Raptor, fresh back there in fourth. Zayden's Luck is fifth. Here comes well worth the wait on the attack. Moonlight Boy is winding up out of the backfield. Trailing throughout has been Master Fencer by the half in 55-4. Rolling right along towards 3/4. De Chairman still by 3. From second, Party Vibes. Here comes Salzbrook Raptor getting closer with every stride. Pretty Diva is tired. Outside of that one, moving up is Zayden's Luck. It's another 3 lengths. Well worth the wait is next. Master Fencer and Moonlight Boy better get a move on. They're at 3/4 in 1:24-1. And De Chairman still has a 3-length lead. De Chairman taking on all comers, and Richard Simard sends him on a gate-to-wire mission. He's an 1/8 of a mile from home. De Chairman trying to go all the way and give Richard Simard win number 6,000 lifetime, and he looks good here. De Chairman, Richard Simard, they're all in, so are the others, and Richard Simard has done it. Congratulations, win number 6,000 in 1:54. De Chairman in the finale.
That was the 6,000th career driving victory for Richard Simard, the Black Cat, still part of the Rideau Carleton driving colony. And that was the first training win for Emily Vino, who still has De Chairman, who is now a successful standardbred show horse. If you're a fan of Richard Simard, you'll have to stick around. He's driving a couple tonight who have very good chances, Red Cape Party and Carson Star Choice. Post parade will be coming on track in about a minute's time. Still lots of support for number 6, One Lucky Beach, the 6-5 current favorite, making his second career start and picking up the driving services of Bob McClure, one of numerous drivers coming in tonight from Woodbine Mohawk Park for the Ontario Sire Stakes at Rideau Carleton Raceway. I just got a message from Sam, who told me that her friend Gigi is at the races here tonight at Rideau Carleton for the first time. So best of luck, Gigi. I hope you pick some winners, and thanks for the note, Sam. Have a great night. The Race 1 Pacers are coming from the paddock now towards the track for the Race 1 Post Parade. The Race 1 Post Parade is coming on track with outriders Jen and Chase Fillion leading the way. These pacers are non-winners of $4,000 or a race lifetime. Allowances for fillies and mares. The purse is $5,600. Numerous changes here I'll mention as each horse parades. Number 1 is Wicked Buddy Buck, owned by trainer Mario Patry, along with Marco and Aileen Ferguson of Saint-Théodore d'Acton, Quebec. James McDonald picks up the drive. 2 is Biscawatch, owned by trainer Marcel Rozon of Saint-Lazare de Vaudreuil, Quebec. Guy Gagnon is in the bike. Number 3 is Ace 44 Jordan, owned, trained, and driven by Gilbert Mercier of Gatineau, Quebec. 4 is Built to Thrill, owned by Gilles Plourde, along with trainer Karen Kroger, both of Chelsea, Quebec. Note the driver change from Pascal Berube to Jody Jameson on the 4, Built to Thrill. 5 is Caviart Harper, owned by William Beecham of Calabogie, Ontario, trained by Gavin Christie, and there's a driver change from Marie-Claude Auger to Daryl Thiessen. We're looking at the even money favorite from Post 6, One Lucky Beach, owned and trained by Patrick Dillon of Port Hope, Ontario. Bob McClure driving. 7 is Sanity, owned, trained, and driven by Marc Belanger of Trois-Rivières, Quebec. From Post 8, on the outside, it's Finding Dory, owned by trainer Michael Sergi of Canton, New York. There's a driver change from Robert Shepard to Travis Henry on the 8. And completing this field from second tier, Post 9, it's Lady Liz, owned by trainer Shay Kelly of Russell, Ontario. Clark Stacy drives, and note the shoeing change on number 9, Lady Liz, going steel to aluminum front. That's your field for upcoming Race 1 with Exactor, Triactor, Superfector, and early daily double wagering. We're getting a look at the favorite here. Number 6, One Lucky Beach, a homebred, owned and trained by Patrick Dillon of Port Hope, Ontario. This is the second career start for One Lucky Beach, who raced at Kawartha Downs on August 16th in the Prospect Series, getting away near the back of the field and coming on late, but still 6 lengths back. Actually finishing 10 lengths back, I should say, closing in 29-1 in a 1:56-4 individual mile. So that shows some promise on the class drop out of the Prospect Series into this non-winners of $4,000 or a race lifetime start coming up in Race 1. If you're playing the early double, be sure to take note in Race 2. Number 1, Red Cape Party goes Can't See Back to Blind Bridle, and the hobbles come in an inch from 64 to 63 inches. That's on the 1, Red Cape Party in Race 2. Speaking of party, if you're at the track tonight, take advantage of the activities on offer in the white tent in front of the grandstand, the Ontario Racing Kids Camp happening during the live races tonight. There's also a barbecue down there and some pretty good food in the purple tent. So lots to improve the on-track experience on Ontario Sire Stakes Gold and Grassroots 3-year-old Filly Pacer Night at Rideau Carleton. Still time to wager on race 1. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Early Daily Double. Wagering available. They'll be lining up shortly. Continuing on as even money favorite, number 6, One Lucky Beach for Bob McClure. Looking a little frisky as the starting gate turns and this field of 9 gets ready to go behind the gate for race 1. Starter has called the field. The Pacers are lining up now for race 1. 1 is Wicked Buddy Buck, James McDonald. 2, Biscawatch, Guy Gagnon. 3, Ace 44, Jordan, Gilbert Mercier. 4, Built to Thrill, Jody Jameson. 5, Caviart Harper, Daryl Thiessen. 6, One Lucky Beach, Bob McClure. 7, Sanity, Marc Belanger. On the outside, 8, Finding Dory, Travis Henry. And the trailer is 9, Lady Liz for Clark Stacey. They are on the turn, headed onto the Rideau Carleton backstretch. Gapping at the back, that's Sanity. Finding Dory, also not alongside Piers yet as the gate nears the start. They're off and pacing. Built to Thrill is leaving for Jody Jameson on the inside. That's Biscawatch and Guy Gagnon giving the early parking ticket. Sitting third, Wicked Buddy Buck. Second over now, advancing into third. That's the favorite, One Lucky Beach. Finding room along the pylons behind the pace setter. That's Built to Thrill. Up front by just over a length ahead of Biscawatch, and sitting third for the moment, One Lucky Beach as they head past the opening quarter in 28 and 3. They're single file at the moment, led by Built to Thrill ahead of Biscawatch, taking the opportunity now to tip out a third. Here comes One Lucky Beach, drawing alongside leader Built to Thrill. Back in fourth now and gapping Wicked Buddy Buck. And then it's back to 6 for Caviart Harper. They're on the turn, and it's an up-front battle now as One Lucky Beach is parked out first over in second, and Built to Thrill cuts the fractions to the half, 58 and 4, a 30 and 1 second panel there, and parked first over. That's One Lucky Beach outside of Built to Thrill. Moving up inside, Biscawatch is third, and getting the shuffle back to fifth on the inside, Wicked Buddy Buck. That's Caviart Harper advancing second over into fourth. Fifth from third over now, Lady Liz is moving up. Back inside of her, Ace 44, Jordan, and further back, we've got someone out of contention there. Sanity, who was gapping early and finding Dory. 126 and 4 at 3/4. The field is now at the top of the stretch, and these two are continuing to duke it out. Built to Thrill on the inside, and a persistent One Lucky Beach on the outside, flying late up the inside. Wicked Buddy Buck, but it's going to be a maiden win for One Lucky Beach, and Bob McClure over Built to Thrill, Wicked Buddy Buck, and Caviar Harper. 156 flat. The betting public had it right. One Lucky Beach breaks his maiden in his second career start and his debut for driver Bob McClure in an overland effort, drawing ahead of the game pace setter Built to Thrill, second once again, this time in line to Jody Jamieson. Wicked Buddy Buck up for show in this 156 flat mile. Unofficial top 4 order of finish is now displayed for race 1. At the last flash, it looks like One Lucky Beach drifted up and the 4 drifted down. So even money on the 6, One Lucky Beach in that maiden win for Bob McClure over the 4, Built to Thrill. 3-5 beaten favorite for driver Jody Jamieson, a good second after setting the pace. Closing for show, that was the 1, Wicked Buddy Buck. And completing the superfecta, 5, Caviar Harper at odds of 25-1. 6, 4, 1, 5, the unofficial top 4 in race 1. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle, unofficial race 1 winner, number 6, One Lucky Beach, a 2-year-old bay gelding by Sunshine Beach out of Lucky Player. Owned, trained, and bred by Patrick Dillon of Port Hope, Ontario. That's a maiden victory. 156 flat for One Lucky Beach in his first drive by Bob McClure. Second career start. A promising beginning for One Lucky Beach. Congratulations. Race 1 is now official. Prices are posted for race 1, where number 6, One Lucky Beach, pays $4.30 to win in his maiden victory. The $2 exactor 6-4 combination pays $8.10. It's $8.70 for the $1 try 6-4-1 combination, and $47.35 for the $1 superfecta 6-4-1-5. The race 1 rundown is now displayed. Number 1, Wicked Buddy Buck, finished 3rd. 2, Biscawatch, 5th. 3, Ace 44 Jordan, 6th. 4, Built to Thrill, 2nd as beaten 3-5 favorite. 5, Caviar Harper, closed for 4th at 25-1. 6, One Lucky Beach, got his maiden victory for Bob McClure. 7, Sanity was 7th. 8, Finding Dory was 9th. And 9, Lady Liz, 8th. From the top down, your program should read 3, 5, 6, 2, 4, 1, 7, 9, 8. The fractions 28 and 3, 58 and 4, 126 and 4, 156 flat. Now a lifetime mark for One Lucky Beach. Race 2 is coming up next, and those equipment changes on the 1 Red Cape Party have been announced and seem to have been noted. He's a 7-5 favorite right now for owner, trainer, driver Richard Simard. Red Cape Party with the hobbles in from 64 to 63 inches and going can't see back to blind bridle. I've worked out a 20-cent base wager pick 4 ticket. Kicking off here in race 2, going 4 deep in this field. Light on wins in recent history. I've got the 6 State News on top. He closed like crazy in his most recent, and he had a win around this time last year. He doesn't win much, but the 13-year-old son of Mach 3 teams up with Mike Healy, a late speed specialist as well. He's 2-1 at the moment. Actually, Red Cape Party is 2-1 at the moment. It's State News, who's a generous 9-1, as number 1, Red Cape Party, is second in my ticket here. I'm using him as well as the 5 CB Caper for Guy Gagnon and the 3 DG's DeVito. Going with 2 horses in race 3, number 9 Coastline, and the 4 You Wait I'll Go First. In race 4, using the 5 Carson Star Choice, the 2 Topville on a Verge, in line to James McDonald, and the 1 Doc Houston, going with Louis-Philippe Bois. And to complete this $9.60 pick 4 ticket, in race 5, I'm using number 4, Sugar Pie Honey for James McDonald and Nick Galucci, and the 1, Macapello Seals for Tyler Borth and Peter Brickman. That's in Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots 3-year-old filly pacing action in race 5, concluding the early pick 4 sequence. The race 2 pacers are coming from the paddock now for the post parade. The board has been shifting quite a lot at the moment. That's the 3 DG's DeVito as 4-5 favorite in upcoming race 2. The caution I have about the class dropping DG's DeVito, that 4-5 favorite from post 3, is although he qualified well here on Sunday, wiring going away in 1:57.4 for Stéphane Pouliot, he hasn't raced so far this season. This is the first start since July 14th, 2024 in the Hippodrome 3R Preferred Handicap for DG's DeVito. He finished 8th that race, and he's making his parimutuel return now after a lengthy layoff. If you see the mini horses on the tarmac or around the white tent tonight at the track, go up and say hi. They're here to meet and greet. Ontario Racing is in the house at Rideau Carleton Raceway with kids camp activities throughout the card. The race 2 pacers are coming on track. These pacers are non-winners of $200 per start in their last 10 or a race in 2024-2025. Allowances for fillies and mares. The purse here is $5,200. Number 1 is Red Cape Party. He is owned, trained, and driven by Richard Simard of Les Cèdres, Quebec. His hobbles go from 64 to 63 inches, and he goes from can't see back to blind bridle. 2 is Bet Till Dawn, owned and trained by Jennifer McBride of Almont, Ontario. Robert Shepard drives. The 6-5 favorite is number 3, DG's DeVito, owned by Danielle Souprenon of Saint-Valentin, Quebec, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 4 is Rob, owned by trainer-driver Darcy Clancy, along with Amanda and Richard Pilot, all of Ontario. 5 is CB Caper, owned by Lloyd Howley of Cars, Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong. Guy Gagnon is in the sulky. Here's the 6, State News, owned by Robin Lawler of Camden East, Ontario, trained by Raymond Crick, and Mike Healy drives. Completing the field from post 7, Major Motion, owned and trained by Jennifer McBride of Almont, Ontario. Marie-Claude Auger drives. That's your field of 7 for upcoming race 2, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and early pick 4 wagering. Lots of confidence in the returning DG's DeVito, a back class kind of horse with post 3 in upcoming race 2. We're getting a good look at him now. Stéphane Pouliot, often able to bring back these horses that others have had trouble with and getting good results. He's down in class significantly, DG's DeVito, but the last start was some time back, as mentioned. The July 14th Hippodrome 3R Preferred Handicap. That's July 14th, 2024. He finished 8th that mile. This is his first start of the season. DG's DeVito did qualify well, wiring going away in 1:57 and 4 for Stefan Pouliot at Rideau Carleton on Sunday. I'm playing back the 6, the 20-1 State News here. I'm not singling him by any means, but I'm using him in my pick 4 opening leg here. Even Glenn Pearson has this long shot in the ticket, 4th. State News retains catch driver Mike Healy. He took back the single file 4th early Sunday and got caught in and shuffled the last, approaching 3/4 as Big Pete Style and Red Cape Party advanced on the outside along the backstretch. State News was loose late and closed in the field's co-fastest, 29 and 1 to finish 4th. His one win last year was with a pocket ride at Rideau Carleton on August 18th at a similar classification. We have track handicapper selections on screen. Glenn Pearson siding with the even money current favorite, number 3, DG's DeVito, who I have 4th in my ticket. Glenn has number 4, Rob, for Darcy Clancy in the place spot. Then he's going with the 5, CB Caper, and Guy Gagnon ahead of the 6, State News. I'm trying State News on top. I'm prone to boxing exactors, and in this first leg of the early pick 4, I don't think there's a single standout who's a lock in race 2. The 1, though, I would pay attention to Red Cape Party. I spoke with Richard Simard on the backstretch last week, and he mentioned this horse often draws poorly. He's got equipment changes here, too. Number 1, Red Cape Party with rail advantage. The hobble's coming in 1 inch. 64 to 63 inches, and going can't see back to blind bridle. So with rail advantage in 8-1, he's definitely a horse to put in your first leg of this early pick 4. I too am using CB Caper from post 5 and the 3, DG's DeVito. They're going to be lining up shortly. Make sure you don't get shut out. The early pick 4 kicks off here. The starter has called the field for race 2. The Pacers are lining up. 1 is Red Cape Party, Richard Simard. 2, Bet Till Dawn, Robert Shepard. 3, DG's DeVito, Stefan Pouliot. 4, Rob, Darcy Clancy. 5, CB Caper, Guy Gagnon. 6, State News, Mike Healy. And on the outside, 7, Major Motion for Marie-Claude Auger. They're all in line. Starting gate is on the backstretch. The race 2 field quickly approaching the start. They're off and pacing, pushing the gate away for Darcy Clancy. Rob is moving early and battling back on the inside as Rob takes back. It's DG's DeVito duking it out with Red Cape Party. Moving to the front, that's DG's DeVito for Stefan Pouliot. Circling Red Cape Party, who now sits the pocket a couple of lengths ahead of 3rd place Rob. It's a couple of lengths back to 4th place CB Caper, who's followed by Bet Till Dawn to quick open in quarter of 27 and 2. Coming down the stretch the first time, the 2-5 DG's DeVito is leading the way ahead of a close-up pocket sitting Red Cape Party. A little closer from 3rd, Rob gapping in 4th, CB Caper. First over in 5th now, State News. Caught in 2nd last, that's Bet Till Dawn. And 2nd over from the very last on the 2nd turn. Major Motion is underway as this field reaches the halfway station in 58 and 1. It's still DG's DeVito coasting on the front end and opening up now by 2 lengths over Red Cape Party. Following 2nd, tighter now in 3rd. Rob gaining some ground, still gapping in 4th. That's CB Caper. Backing down after his first overbid and retreating to 5th along the pylon. State News Following him on the outside, Major Motion, and at the back of the field, Bet Till Dawn. They reach 3/4 in 1:26 and the back classes showing up for DG's DeVito. He's leading by 3. The only one within immediate range is Red Cape Party as the stretch looms ahead, but DG's DeVito is getting away on the mall. He's opening up now by 5. He's making his parimutuel return look like a qualifier. DG's DeVito going to get this going away win for Stefan Pouliot. Finishing second, Red Cape Party. Close for show. CB Caper up against Rob, 1:55.2. Back with a vengeance. DG's DeVito comes through in his first start since last July. His last start was at the Hippodrome 3R preferred level. And I guess you could say he found his back class tonight. DG's DeVito, 1:55.2. Looks like CB Caper edged out Rob for show. Red Cape Party a clear second to the winner, DG's DeVito, in race 2. Unofficial top 4 order of finish is now shown for race 2. 2-5 favorite. Number 3, DG's DeVito, wins his debut for Stefan Pouliot. Over. Number 1, Red Cape Party, second. 5, CB Caper, third. And 4, Rob, fourth. 3-1-5-4, the unofficial top 4 in race 2. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Circle, it's unofficial race 2 winner, number 3, DG's DeVito, a 9-year-old bay gelding by Sports Rider out of DG's Tinkerbell, owned by breeder Danielle Soupranon of Saint-Valentin, Quebec, trained and driven by Stefan Pouliot. A winning 2025 debut for official race 2 winner, number 3, DG's DeVito, 1:55.2. Congratulations, welcome back. Career win number 30 in start number 104. Prices are now posted for race 2. Number 3, DG's DeVito pays $2.80 to win. The $2 exactor 3-1 pays $24.90. The $2 early double 6-3 combination $6.90. The $1 triactor 315 pays $44.05, and it's $69.60 for the $1 superfecta 3154. Again, $24.30 for that $2 exactor 3-1. The race 2 rundown is now on screen. Number 1, Red Cape Party was second. 2, Bet Till Dawn was seventh. 3, DG's DeVito, the race winner for Stefan Pouliot. 4, Rob was fourth. 5, CB Caper was third. 6, State News ended up fifth. And 7, Major Motion was sixth. From the top down, your program should read 2714356. The fractions, 27 and 2, 58 and 1, 126 and 1, 155 and 2. The win, sort of a homecoming for DG's DeVito, a winning 2-5 favorite in his parimutuel debut for Stefan Pouliot. DG's DeVito's last win was actually at Rideau Carleton, but it was way back on November 16th, 2023, winning for Stéphane Brasseau in 153 and 3. Race 3 is coming up next. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. A bit of a discussion happening on racing Twitter. I've seen a few people mentioning about Woodbine Mohawk Park drivers doing well in race 1 here. And we've got some of them driving in race 3, including James McDonald taking the lines on number 4, You Wait, I'll Go First, the current 3-2 favorite.
Whether you're looking for a night out, trying to catch the hottest show, or if you're just feeling lucky, Hard Rock Ottawa is the place to be.
The race 3 pacers are now coming on track. Race 3 is for non-winners of $8,000 lifetime. Allowances for fillies and mares also eligible. $20,000 claimers, non-winners of $15,500 lifetime. Non-winners of a race this year allowed $3,500. The purse is $5,800. Number 1 is Little Cassara, owned by Ross Hitchens of Westbrook, Ontario, trained by Kara Stacey. Clark Stacey drives. 2 is Muktuk Annie, owned by Dean Larkin of Edwards, Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer. Guy Gagnon drives. 3 is Look Mum, I Can Fly, owned by Mark Nelson of Baltimore, Ontario, trained by John McMillan. Mike Healy is in the bike. The current 4-5 favorite is number 4, You Wait, I'll Go First, owned by Pierre Pierrelou of Saint-Alexandre, Quebec, trained by Luc Loyer. James McDonald drives. 5 is Great Time Bayama, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, along with Yvonne Duclos of Saint-Lambert, Quebec, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 6 is Better Zone, owned by a numbered Canadian corporation with Michael Horwood of Ontario, Limco Incorporated of Quebec, and trainer Vic Putty of Ontario. Jody Jameson drives. 7 is Lions Zephyr, owned by Lucy Waugh of Quebec with Caroline Brisette of Bécancour, Quebec, trained and driven by Marc Belanger. Number 8 is Whiskey Friday, owned, trained, and driven by Steve Germain of Ottawa. And from trailing post 9, it's Coastline, owned by Sylvain Cote, along with trainer Robert Bernicki, both of Quebec. Marie-Claude Auger drives. That's your field of 9 for race 3. No changes, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. My top choice is currently on screen, number 9, Coastline, for Marie-Claude Auger, moving to the second tier for the second time in his career. The first was a win from the trailing post 10 at Hoosier Park on September 18th of last year. Coastline was up in class, but with post relief last Sunday. He was gapping fourth on the first turn, tightened up by the half, and had a second over move to follow the first over DA Let's Boogie along the backstretch. Coastline was gapping cover on the final turn and changed lanes to gain ground up the inside path in the stretch. This week, he's got class relief and Marie-Claude Auger, a top 3 driver in the bike. We're currently looking at the favorite, my second choice, number 4, You Wait, I'll Go First, stepping up in class after a place finish for William Waugh in the latest. James McDonald drives. That always helps. And You Wait, I'll Go First had a pocket ride behind the gate-to-wire 1-9 favorite, the Wicked One, on Sunday. You Wait, I'll Go First pulled the pocket in the stretch and was gaining ground late. He's up in class a little here, but the even money favorite. The 5, Great Time Bayama, got parked first over, chasing the Wicked One off the gate last Sunday, advanced uncovered to 3/4 before beginning to tire and lose ground. He faded late to 6th. He had a bridle change that race, going blind to blinkers and removing the Murphy blind left. He's 10-1. I've put him in my top 3, and so has Glenn Pearson. Look at that, identical superfecta tickets. Glenn also liked the effort by number 9, Coastline, and may have looked back to see that successful start from the second tier at Hoosier Park last year for the trailer in upcoming race 3. We're both using the current favorite, You Wait, I'll Go First, in the place spot ahead of Great Time Bayama and Muktuk Annie. The starter has called the field for race 3. Last chance to play the pick 3 that kicks off here. The Pacers are lining up now. 1 is Little Casara, Clark Stacy. 2, Muktuk Annie, Guy Gagnon. 3, Look Mom, I Can Fly, Mike Healy. 4, You Wait, I'll Go First for James McDonald. 5, Great Time by Emma, Stefan Pouliot. 6, Better's Zone for Jody Jameson. 7, Lion Zephyr, Marc Belanger. 8, Whiskey Friday on the outside for Steve Germain. And the trailer is 9, Coastline, Marie-Claude Auger. They're on the turn and approaching the backstretch. The field is lined up with Whiskey Friday gapping on the outside. They're off and pacing. Little Casara leaving for Clark Stacy, but sprinting out from mid-pack. That's You Wait, I'll Go First, living up to that name for James McDonald. Little Casara is second along the inside and advancing first over now. That's Muktuk Annie underway and drawing alongside You Wait, I'll Go First to take charge en route to the opening quarter. Muktuk Annie has circled to the front and they reach the opening quarter in a contested 27-1. Coming down the stretch the first time, Muktuk Annie and Guy Gagnon setting the tempo ahead of You Wait, I'll Go First. In third, Little Casara from fourth, Coastline. In fifth, it's Better Zone, then a gap of about 4 lengths to the first over, Great Time by Emma. Outside of Look Mom, I Can Fly, coming from second last, Whiskey Friday trying to get something going, and the trailer is Lion Zephyr on the second turn, dropping out at the back. In fact, that's Lion Zephyr. They pass the half in 57 flat, and up front, it's still Muktuk Annie. She's feeling the heat now as Coastline is up alongside the sulky. He's out there in second, first over on the backstretch. Racing third, that's You Wait, I'll Go First along the pylons. Fourth, Little Casara on the inside. Second over now, racing fifth, but gapping cover. Better Zone, 124 3 3/4, and trying to steal this on the front end. Muktuk Annie is still going strong as Coastline drops back, and You Wait, I'll Go First is looking for a stretch duel coming down the lane now. Muktuk Annie confronted by You Wait, I'll Go First. You Wait, I'll Go First alongside Muktuk Annie, and she's fighting back just as hard. It's really tight to the wire, but You Wait, I'll Go First by a neck over Muktuk Annie. It looked like Great Time by Emma up for a show, 154-4. Muktuk Annie tried to get away on the front end, but had to deal with the persistent Coastline challenging there before losing ground late. That set up for You Wait, I'll Go First to leave the safety of the pylons and come on late for a lifetime best win, 154-4. Muktuk Annie held on for place. Then it was back to Great Time by Emma. Little Casara may have edged out Coastline for fourth in this 154-4 mile. The unofficial top 4 finishers are now posted for race 3. Going off as 1-5 favorite, number 4, You Wait, I'll Go First. Gets his 4th win of the season and a new lifetime mark for James McDonald. The pace setter, number 2, Muktuk Annie, held on for place ahead of 5, Great Time by Emma. Closing for show ahead of the 1, Little Casara, 4th at odds of 30-1. 4-2-5-1, the unofficial top 4 in race 3. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, unofficial race 3 winner. Number 4, You Wait, I'll Go First, a 3-year-old bay gelding by Shadow Play out of New Rider, owned by Pierre Piedalou of Saint Alexandre, Quebec, bred by Winback Farm, Chesapeake City, Maryland, trained by Luc Loyer, driven to victory by James McDonald. That's win number 4 of the season, and a new lifetime best, 154-4 for You Wait, I'll Go First. Congratulations. As we wait for race 3 to go official, I want to thank National Capital Region Harness Horse Association President Gordon McDonald for dropping by the booth tonight with some good news. We've got some upcoming events that we'll share with you, some exciting ones coming up. First of all, next Sunday night, the Coville Cup for drivers who are light on wins, but emerging talent or just trying to get back in the sulky with some success. So if you'd like to check that out, join us next Sunday evening, the Coville Cup, named after Darrell Coville, the legendary Rideau Carleton driver. Race 3 is now official. Prices are posted for race 3. Number 4, You Wait, I'll Go First, returns $2.60 to win. The $2 4-2 exactor pays $9.30. It's $22.10 for the $1 triactor, 4-2-5 combination, and $86.30 for the $1 superfecta, 4-2-5-1. The race 3 rundown is now posted. Number 1, Little Kasara was 4th. 2, Muktuk Annie, game 2nd. 3, Look Mom, I Can Fly, ended up 8th. 4, You Wait, I'll Go First was a 1-5 winning favorite for James McDonald. taking a new lifetime mark in the process. 5, Great Time by Yama was third. 6, Better Zone ended up sixth. 7, Lion Zephyr dropped out of the race, finishing ninth. 8, Whiskey Friday was seventh. And 9, Coastline was fifth. From the top down, your program should read 428-136-975. The fractions, 27 and 1, 57 flat, 124 and 3, 154 and 4. The new mark for You Wait, I'll Go First. Race 4 is coming up. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Middle pick 4 wagering. Some significant changes in this race that even if you've mapped out your tickets ahead of time, like Glenn and I do, you'll want to factor these in. They're quite important. There's a driver change on the 1, Doc Houston. Stéphane Brosseau was unable to get back to Rideau Carleton tonight, although he had a couple of wins at the Ayers-Cliff Fair yesterday in Quebec. He had a really good afternoon. So Louis-Philippe Roy will drive the 1, Doc Houston, not Stéphane Brosseau in race 4. And the 5, Carson Star Choice. This one has a number of equipment changes. Remove the Murphy blind right, blind to open bridle, and the hobbles are coming in from 58 inches to 57. That's all on number 5, Carson Star Choice, in upcoming race 4. The middle pick 4 starts here. I'm using 3 horses, and fortunately I have those ones with the changes made. Doc Houston from the rail for LPR. The 5, Carson Star Choice, Jody Jamieson driving. And also using the 2, Topville on a Verge, James McDonald driving for Shea Kelly. This one showing some promise. Coming to Rideau Carleton just back on August 6th and hasn't missed a check yet. I singled in race 5, going with Sugar Pie Honey in Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old filly pacing, leg number 4. This is for the grassroots. And James McDonald driving for Nick Gallucci, the 4, Sugar Pie Honey in race 5. Just going to single her to keep the ticket manageable. In race 6, I'm actually using 4 here, going with my spot play. The 5, JJ Xavier, James McDonald for John McMillan. Also the 6, Shotgun Jerry. So good recently. Impressive 152 flat winner August 10th at this track for Melanie Plourde. This time Stéphane Pouliot driving. The 2, Day Delight, one of the fastest horses at this track this year for Vic Putty and Marie-Claude Auger. And also from the rail, Dr. Joe for Jody Jamieson and Vic Putty looks good in race 6. And 4 deep again in the concluding leg, race 7, Ontario Sire Stakes grassroots 3-year-old pacing fillies again, leg 4. This one a tougher one. From the rail, All My Wishes for James McDonald and Chantal Mitchell certainly looks good, but Stellar Manipulation has been strong for Daryl Thiessen and Joshua McKibben. That's a 6. I think she has upset potential. Then from trailing post 9, Simply the Best, Louis-Philippe Roy and Eric Nadeau coming in off a win for Ontario Sire Stakes grassroots starters at Mohawk on the 16th. And the 4, Park Avenue Janet, Bob McClure and Dave Maneri teaming up on this filly who recently added Lasix on August 8th at Woodbine Mohawk Park. So I like this ticket. It hinges on moving on from race 4, where I've got these 3 selected. $9.60 for this 20-cent base wager. Pick 4. Good luck in all your wagers. If you're ever in the Ottawa area passing through, or if you live locally, you might want to check out the Saturday night handicapping contest in our trackside simulcast lounge. It has a jackpot that goes up by $100 every night. It isn't hit. It's offered only on Saturday evenings. Tammy Forgey's free-to-play, on-track only handicapping contest had a jackpot of $400 and growing the last time I checked. So if you're in the area, check it out. You must be on track to enter and on track to collect your winnings in the Saturday night handicapping contest. The horses are coming from the paddock now for the race 4 post parade. We're getting a look at the show photo from race 2. This one was quite a tight decision. 5/4 in race 2 for show. That's CB Caper and Guy Gagnon finishing ahead of Rob and Darcy Clancy, finishing 4th in this show photo. Current favorite in upcoming race 4 at odds of 9-5 from the rail, Doc Houston. Again, the driver change could factor into that. Stéphane Brosseau had a good day at the Ayers Cliff Fair in Quebec yesterday, but now it's Louis-Philippe Roy taking the lines on Doc Houston. 9-5 favorite, a 3-time winner in 15 starts this season, and coming in from Hippodrome 3R. Here comes the race 4 post parade. These pacers are non-winners of $650 per start in their last 10, also eligible $10,500 claimers. They're racing for a purse of $6,600. Number 1 is the current 3-2 favorite, Doc Houston, owned and trained by Yannick Marquis of Mascouche, Quebec, and the driver is Louis-Philippe Roy. Two is Topville on a Verge, owned by Gate Expectations Racing of Gatineau, Quebec, trained by Shay Kelly. James McDonald drives. 3 is Keystone Prestige, owned by Limco Incorporated of Châteauguay, Quebec, trained by Patrice Dumas. Marie-Claude Auger drives. 4 is Shanghai Gold, owned and trained by Pierre Piedalou of Saint-Alexandre, Quebec. Tyler Borth is in the sulky. Here's the 5, Carson Star Choice, owned by Daniel Saint-Pierre of Vaudreuil-Dorion, Quebec, trained by Richard Simard. Jody Jameson gets the drive. Carson Star Choice has some equipment changes. He's removing the Murphy blind right, going blind to open bridle, and the hobbles are coming in from 58 to 57 inches. 6 is Make It Come True, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon, incorporé with Stéphanie Gagnon of Gatineau, Quebec, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. 7 is Hestinator, owned by Desjardins Noro Stable, with trainer Marc-André Simoneau and Jean Fontaine and Huguette Leclerc, all of Quebec. Pascal Berube drives. On the outside, from post 8, 364, owned and trained by Marcel Rozon of Saint-Lazare de Vaudreuil, Quebec. Mike Healy drives. And completing the field from trailing post 9, Surratt Hanover, owned and trained by Denis Mazeneuve of Gatineau, Quebec. Robert Shepard is in the bike. That's your field of 9 for upcoming race 4. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Middle pick 4 on the wagering menu. We're getting a look at Surratt Hanover right now. 30-1 from the trailing post. He was overdue for a while and had that breakthrough win on August 17th. From post 3, going away on the front end as even money favorite for driver Pascal Berube, Surratt Hanover making his subsequent start. The focus has shifted now to the even money current favorite from the rail. It's Doc Houston, the class dropper, making only his second Rideau start. The first was on August 3rd, 2024, when he was last starting from the second tier for driver Jessica Turenne. This was supposed to be Doc Houston's debut for driver Stéphane Brosseau, but with the driver change, he's got Louis-Philippe Bois in the sulky instead. Doc Houston was fourth on an August 3rd class drop from the Hippodrome 3R preferred handicap. He came fourth over from last at the half, was gapping cover on the final turn, and closed into traffic behind a long gone Light the Torch, finishing fifth. The 5 Carson Star Choice is being driven by Jody Jamieson in a race for the first time. Carson Star Choice was a pari-mutuel refund Sunday after racing with a broken Murphy blind in line to Richard Simard. Carson Star Choice was taken back to last off the gate. He came second over from last, chasing the cover of Monty's Gone Marble to the opening quarter. He advanced uncovered from last in front of the grandstand and was first over fourth by the half, attempting to hunt down the front-end winner, Howie's Man. Carson Star Choice was parked out and lost ground late. He had quite a win streak going here last season for Guy Gagnon. Let's see how he fares with Jody Jamieson in the bike. Number 5, Carson Star Choice, currently at odds of 3-1. If you're at the track tonight, be sure to check out the white tent in front of the grandstand with kids' activities throughout the card, courtesy of Ontario Racing's Kids Camps. Starter has called the field for race 4. This is your final opportunity to play the middle pick 4 that kicks off here. They're lining up from a long way back. That's the one, Doc Houston for Louis-Philippe Bois, the current 6-5 favorite. 2 is Topville on a Verge for James McDonald. 3, Keystone Prestige, Marie-Claude Auger. 4, Shanghai Gold, Tyler Borth. 5, Carson Star Choice for Jody Jamieson. 6, Make It Come True, Guy Gagnon. 7, Hestinator for Pascal Berube. 8, 364, Mike Healy. And the trailer is 9, Surratt Hanover for Robert Shepard. They're on the turn, and now they're headed onto the Rideau Carleton backstretch, approaching the start for race 4 and our second pick 4 of the card. The outside pair are gapping, and the rest are all off and pacing with a battle up front led by Shanghai Gold and Tyler Borth down the center of the track early, sprinting alongside. Carson Star Choice is first over and making a 3-high battle of it early. That's Make It Come True, and Guy Gagnon moving to the front now, though, circling those rivals. It's Carson Star Choice leading to the quarter for Jody Jamieson and getting there in 27 seconds flat. He's setting the tempo down the stretch the first time ahead of the pocket-sitting Shanghai Gold. First over now and advancing into third, Doc Houston. Fourth along the cones, that's Make It Come True. Fifth, Topville on a Verge. And then in sixth, also entering the outer flow, Keystone Prestige. Behind him, Surratt Hanover. And at the back of the field and gapping, that's Hestinator and 364. It's a strong battle up front now to the 56-1 1 halfway station. First over, Doc Houston is trying to advance ahead of a persistent Carson Star Choice, fighting back from the inside. A length and a half behind them. Sitting third along the pylon, Shanghai Gold. Gapping cover, second over in fourth. Make It Come True. Fifth along the pylon, Surratt Hanover has nowhere to go. And third over, looking to go 3 wide at 3/4. Topville on a verge, 124 and 3 3/4. And still parked, Doc Houston fights on for LPR as a brave Carson Star Choice battles back on the inside. And that's Shanghai Gold well positioned for a late move as they turn for home. Fighting persistently on the front end, Carson Star Choice is testing Doc Houston's first over resolve. It looks to be between these two. Surratt Hanover flying late, but it's Carson Star Choice getting up ahead of Doc Houston. Surratt Hanover, 1:55 and 1. Carson Star Choice is such a classy horse, and he really showed it. He had to dig deep to fight off the class-dropping Doc Houston through an extended battle. But Carson Star Choice comes through for Jody Jamieson, getting his 6th win of the season. Doc Houston held on for place. Then it was back to Surratt Hanover. Tight for 4th. It may have been the 3 Keystone Prestige on the inside. The unofficial top 4 order of finish is now being shown for race 4, going off at odds of 5-2. Number 5, Carson Star Choice, gets the victory for driver Jody Jamieson over 9-5 beaten favorite. Number 1, Doc Houston, holding on for place. That was a 40-1 Surratt Hanover, charging late for show. And completing the superfecta, number 3, Keystone Prestige on the inside at odds of 25-1. 5-1-9-3, the unofficial top 4 finishers in race 4. Please hold all tickets. Hello to Sam and Sylvie. And hello to unofficial race 4 winner, number 5, Carson Star Choice, back in the winner's circle. Carson Star Choice is a 6-year-old bay gelding by Better Than Cheddar out of Carson's Lady Luck, owned by Danielle St. Pierre of Vaudreuil, Dorion, Quebec, bred by W. David Carson of Listowel, Ontario, trained by Richard Simard, and a winner at first asking for Jody Jamieson, win number 6 of the season, 155 and 1. Carson Star Choice digging deep for the Race 4 results are now official. Prices are posted for Race 4, where number 5, Carson Star Choice, returns $7 even to win. The 5-1 $2 exactor pays $31.50, $248.45 if you had the $1 triactor. 519, the winning ticket. And look at that superfecta, 5193. The $1 ticket returns $3,037.90. Here's the race 4 rundown. 9-5 favorite from the rail, Doc Houston finished second. 2, Topville on a Verge was 5th. 3, Keystone Prestige 4th. 4, Shanghai Gold ended up 8th. 5, Carson Star Choice, the race winner, win number 6 of the season for Jody Jameson this time. 6, Make It Come True was 6th. 7, Hestinator was 7th. 8, 364 was 9th, and 9, Surratt Hanover closed for show at odds of 40-1 for Robert Shepard. From the top down, your program should read 254-816-793. The fractions, 27 flat to the opening quarter, 56 and 1 at the half, 124 and 3 at 3/4, 155 and 1. Carson Star Choice in race 4. Coming up, race 5, the moment that many of our online viewers, on-track viewers, loyal fans, and new viewers are here for tonight. The $25,000 Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old filly pace, grassroots, leg 4. There's exactor, triactor, high 5, and pick 5 wagering. Now displayed on screen on our video feed and also the infield tote board. That's my 20-cent Pick 5 ticket costing $14.40. But we have very important news. Jody Jameson wants all the kids to gather along the fence trackside. All the younger fans at the track here tonight at Rideau Carleton, please head to the fence beside the track. Driver Jody Jameson wants to drive alongside. I think he wants to high-five some of you. There could be some surprises. You never know with Jody. So the young fans, that's right, I see some of you running. Head down to the fence. Jody Jameson will be joining you shortly before race 5. Keep your eyes open. He's coming along with a horse. Young fans, I see more of you running. If you're in the white Ontario Racing Kids Camp tent, you might want to leave. Say goodbye to the mini horses for a moment. Go down and see Jody Jameson at the fence. He's coming with a horse now. The race 5 post parade will be coming out shortly as well. But watch for Jody Jameson coming along very shortly. Stay on the fence if you're one of the young fans. We're just watching for Jody. So stay on the fence, I guess, is the message if you're a young fan. He does have a drive in race 5. He's driving the 3 Cold Creek Aspero in upcoming race 5, Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots, leg 4 for the 3-year-old filly pacers. So I would advise, based on what I was told, stay along the fence. There could be some surprises from Jody. I'm just not sure if it's during the post parade or afterwards, but Jody's been known to support the young kids in harness racing. So we'll find out soon what that's all about. Coming up here in race 5, it's an exciting field, and Glenn Pearson and myself both have the 4, a winning 3-5 favorite Sugar Pie Honey on top of the ticket. She is up in class, but she won Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots legs 1 and 2 at Woodbine Mohawk Park for James McDonald. Back in the bike here on the 4, Sugar Pie Honey. She came first over to make front at the opening quarter at Mohawk on August 9th and was quickly overtaken by Winsun Charlotte. Sugar Pie Honey sat the loose pocket to the top of the stretch and was 3 wide in deep stretch for the win. Glenn and I both have the same place horse as well, a beaten 3-5 favorite last start. And with the rail tonight, Macapello Sealster for Tyler Borth. They cleared leader Simply the Best at the half on August 16th at Mohawk and were still in front at the top of the stretch, but got stung in the shadow of the wire by the pocket-sitting Simply the Best. Glenn and I see it a little differently further down the ticket. He's using the 5, Forever After All, and then going to the 6, Lady Cafe Ole, and completes his high 5 ticket with the 9, Barb Leahy. I have the 2, Tricky Wiki, in the show spot ahead of the 9, Barb Leahy, and the 6, Lady Cafe Ole, 5th in my high 5 ticket in upcoming race 5. There's exactor, triactor, super high 5, and pick 5 wagering. Good luck in your wagers. And for the kids waiting on the fence, it's the 3 horse here. Cold Creek Aspero, Jody Jameson driving for trainer Daniel Walker. Watch for Jody in the green, yellow, and white driving colors. Coming up next Sunday night here at Rideau Carleton, the annual Coville Cup Driving Challenge, won by Jeff Taylor last year. And it's going to be competitive again. It's drivers light in the recent win column. Always gets a good crowd, and you're welcome to join us for Coville Cup 2025 next Sunday night. They're coming from the backstretch now for race 5, leg 4 of Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots 3-year-old filly pacing action. Race 5 is Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old filly pace for the Grassroots division. It's leg 4. They race for a purse of $25,000. Jen and Chase leading the post parade for the first OSS battle of the night. Number 1 is current 9-5 co-favorite Macapello Sealster, owned by Aaron Swainson Brickman of Sebringville, Ontario, trained by Peter Brickman. Tyler Borth drives. 2 is Tricky Wiki, owned by David and John Prushnock of Indiana, Pennsylvania, trained by René Dion. Guy Gagnon drives. Here comes the 3 with Jody Jameson in the bike. That's Cold Creek Espero, owned by Cold Creek Standardbred of Grafton, Ontario, and trained by Daniel Walker. Stay on the fence, kids. Jody wants to have a word or a wave. Number 4 is Sugar Pie Honey, owned by Millar Farms of Stouffville, Ontario, trained by Nick Gallucci. James McDonald drives. 5 is 9-5 second choice, Forever After All, owned by Brian Stephen Scott of Douro Dummer, Ontario, trained by Murray Breather, and Louis Philippe Roy is in the sulky. 6 is Lady Cafe Olay, owned by a numbered Canadian corporation with Lloyd Stone and trainer Vic Putty, all of Ontario. Marie Claude Auger drives. 7 is Highland Delight, owned by Highland Thoroughbred Farm of Inglewood, Ontario, trained by Ben Hollingsworth. Travis Henry drives. 8 is Calico Sealster, owned by Kim Smith of Oswego, Ontario, trained by Joshua McKibben. Daryl Thiessen drives. And completing the field from trailing post 9, Barb Leahy, owned by Arthur Ray of St. Claude, Manitoba, with trainer Michael Kwiatnowski of Guelph, Ontario. Bob McClure drives. That's your field of 9 Grassroots 3-year-old filly pacers for Ontario Sire Stakes Leg 4 tonight at Rideau Carleton. I've just been informed that the Ontario Sire Stakes cake is now being served in the white tent in front of the grandstand for fans and bettors of all ages. If you'd like to get a piece of the cake while you're enjoying a piece of the action on the track, just head over to the white tent now. Thank you to the Ontario Sire Stakes program for joining us tonight, and Ontario Racing for providing kids' activities. We're looking at number 1, Macapello Sealster here, a 3-time winner from 10 seasonal starts. She took a 1:50-2 record racing at Woodbine Mohawk Park, and that win was a going-away win, a 4-length win, I should say, for Tyler Borth in Ontario Sire Stakes grassroots action on July 15th. She's got rail advantage here, and she was a winner from the rail in Ontario Sire Stakes grassroots at Dresden on August 4th. A front-end loving filly, Macapello Sealster, the 3-year-old daughter of Big Jim and Macapello Rose. She's the 7-5 current favorite. No changes here in race 5. Exactor, triactor, high 5, and pick 5 wagering. This is the only pick 5 of tonight's card. The Ontario Sire Stakes cake is being served in the white tent in front of the grandstand. And that brings to mind the sweet name of the currently 3-1 top choice of myself and Glenn Pearson. Number 4, Sugar Pie Honey, moving up in class after winning as a 3-5 favorite. She actually captured Ontario Sire Stakes grassroots leg 1 and 2 at Mohawk earlier this season for James McDonald. Back in the bike here on the 4, Sugar Pie Honey at 3-1. The 9, Barb Leahy looked sharp out there. She's making her first ever second-tier start. She got away third August 15th at Mohawk and was gapping third along the pylons to the quarter pole as Tricky Wiki set the pace. She chased the winner, Eternal Delight, to the wire for place. She, too, is up in class. That's a 9, Barb Leahy. Starter has called the field for race 5. This is your last chance to play the pick 5 tonight at Rideau Carleton. Nine, Ontario Sire Stakes grassroots 3-year-old pacing fillies are going behind the gate now for leg 4. 1 is Macapello Sealster for Tyler Borth. 2, Tricky Wiki, Guy Gagnon. 3, Cold Creek Sparrow, Jody Jameson. 4, Sugar Pie Honey, James McDonald. 5, Forever After All, Louis-Philippe Bois. 6, Lady Cafe au Lait, Marie-Claude Auger. 7, Highland Delight, Travis Henry. The 8 is Calico Sealster for Daryl Thiessen, and the trailer is 9, Barb Leahy for Bob McClure. The field is on the backstretch and lined up with 1 behind for the start. They're off and pacing, and rail advantage leads to a front-end advantage for Macapello Sealster, leaving for Tyler Borth, drawing alongside early. First over into second. Sugar Pie Honey is parked at the moment because Tricky Wiki is moving up into the pocket for Guy Gagnon, backpedaling now to settle third. That's Sugar Pie Honey. And then further back, coming on for LPR, that's Forever After All. They went to the fastest opening quarter so far tonight, 26-4. And the leader at the moment by just over a length is Macapello Sealster, sitting the pocket. Tricky Wiki from third along the pylon. Sugar Pie Honey in fourth. That's Forever After All. And then it's Barb Leahy trying to flush her out. And successfully doing so as this field heads into the second turn, still led by Macapello Sealster, who gets to the half on the lead in 56-3. She's still cutting this mile, shadowed by Tricky Wicky. Then on the inside third, getting caught in Sugar Pie Honey, advancing first over into third, Forever After All. Second over now, chasing that cover from fifth, Barb Leahy. Slipping out now from sixth, here comes Cold Creek. Espero getting involved for Jody Jameson. She's moving between horses, going four wide from further back now. Lady Cafe Olay. They reached three quarters in 1:25-2, and everybody's trying to hunt down Macapello Sealster. Still leading at the top of the stretch for Tyler Borth. Winding up from further back, Lady Cafe Olay is chasing, looking for room up the inside. Tricky Wicky also looking to get involved late. Forever After All fighting for place behind Going Away. Macapello Sealster up for second. Looked like Forever After All. Tight for show there. Cold Creek Espero against Tricky Wicky. 1:53-4. Macapello Sealster took advantage of the rail and used it to full advantage. Macapello Sealster taking race 5, leg 4 of Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots 3-year-old filly pacing competition. Forever After All was second, holding off a fast closing Cold Creek Espero. It was very tight for minor shares behind winner Macapello Sealster, the 1, and driver Tyler Borth in race 5, leg 4 of the Grassroots Ontario Sire Stakes, 3-year-old filly pace. While the complete order of finish is still being determined, here comes a very determined filly who wired him for Tyler Borth in race 5. Macapello Sealster gets her 4th win of the season. Macapello Sealster is a 3-year-old bay filly by Big Jim out of Macapello Rose, owned by Aaron Swainson Brickman of Sebringville, Ontario. Bred by Sealster Farms Incorporated of Lucan, Ontario. Trained by Peter Brickman. Tyler Borth in the sulky. 1:53-4. Macapello Sealster made front and never looked back. Congratulations. And we have the unofficial top 5 order of finish now posted for race 5. Winning as a 3-5 favorite from the rail. And now exiting the winner's circle. Number 1, Macapello Sealster and Tyler Borth. Second was the 5, Forever After All, over the 3, Cold Creek Espero. Third at odds of 50-1. Then it was 2, Tricky Wicky, 4th. And completing the high 5, number 4, Sugar Pie Honey. 15324, the unofficial top four in, I should say, top five in race 5. 15324. That's your unofficial top 5 here in race 5. Race 5 is now official. Prices are posted for race 5. Number 1, Macapello Sealster returns $3.40 to win. The $2.15 exactor pays $7.50. The $1 pick 4, 3-4-5-1, 4 of 4 returns $27.95. The 20-cent Super High Five, 15324, pays $106.65. The race 5 rundown is now displayed. 3 to 5 favorite number 1, Macapello Sealster, got the job done for Tyler Borth. 2, Tricky Wiki was 4th. 3, Cold Creek Espero was charging late at odds of 50 to 1 for show. Number 4, Sugar Pie Honey was 5th. 5, Forever After All was a tight second against Cold Creek Espero. The 6, Lady Cafe Ole, ended up 8th. 7, Highland Delight was 7th. 8, Calico Sealster was 9th. And the 9, Barb Leahy, was 6th. From the top down, your program should read 1-4-3-5-2-8-7-9-6. The fractions 26 and 4, 56 and 3, 125 and 2, 153 and 4, Macapello Sealster. Race 6 is coming up next with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and middle, or I should say late pick 4 wagering, because we have another pick 4 after this later in the card. So this is the late pick 4, but not the last. Coming up for race 6. If you haven't had a chance to try the barbecue or the Ontario Sire Stakes celebration cake, check them out. The barbecue in the purple tent in front of the grandstand, and kids' activities and cake in the white tent. Race 6 here is very competitive. These are horses who've been battling throughout the season here at Rideau Carleton, and my spot plays in this race currently at odds of 11-1. The 5, JJ Xavier, adding James McDonald. JJ Xavier was first over in a 3-horse early battle Wednesday for driver William Waugh. He made front at the 27-1 opening quarter and got circled soon afterwards by new leader May Lose Control. JJ Xavier was caught in the pocket on the backstretch as Bayfield Beach gained ground first over. JJ Xavier was gaining ground up the inside path in the deep stretch battle, but he got stung late by the hard-charging Greystone Watchman. He's slightly up in class here on the quick turnaround, and he's one of 4 I'm using to start this leg of the pick 4. Again, we have 4 pick 4s tonight, so this is not our last pick 4. I call it our late pick 4. Going 4 deep here in race 6 using the 5 JJ Xavier as well as the 6 Shotgun Jerry, the 2 Day Delight, and from the rail Dr. Joe for Jody Jameson. In race 7, also using 4 horses, another very competitive event. I'm going with the 1, 6, 9, and 4 there. All My Wishes, Stellar Manipulation, Simply the Best, and Park Avenue Janet. That's Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots 3-year-old filly pacers, leg 4. That's the second division tonight. Race 7, the second leg of this pick 4. In race 8, I'm going with 3 in the Hard Rocking Summer Claiming Series final. The 5 Dr. Mickey, the 2 Fancy Lettering, a beaten 1-5 favorite last outing, and number 6 Lady for Dollar. And I have confidence in race 9 that number 8, Chantilly, can come through for James McDonald after the only 2 losses of her career. Mickey and Minnie is not in this field. Chantilly was still a good second there. And this is the divisional champion, Chantilly, last year's Canadian Horse of the Year, whom I'm singling in race 9. That's a $9.60, 20-cent pick 4. Good luck in all your wagers. Note there is a driver change in race 6 on the 7th. Self-Made going from Stéphane Brosseau to Louis-Philippe Bois. That's the 7th Self-Made. The driver is Louis-Philippe Bois. A tepid favorite from the rail right now in race 6, 5-2. The price on the 1, Dr. Joe. Jody Jameson driving this 3-time 2025 winner. Moving down from the Rideau preferred handicap level, where he's had inside posts in his last 2 starts here, August 17th and 10th, with William Waugh driving. We'll see if Jody can get something going with the 1, Dr. Joe. A successful winner at the lower non-winners of $6,000 in the last 5 starts level on August 3rd for Marie-Claude Auger. The horses are coming on track now for the race 6 post parade. Race 6 is for pacers who were non-winners of $7,500 in their last 5 starts, also eligible $25,000 claimers. They race for a purse of $8,500. One is Dr. Joe, currently the 2-1 favorite, owned by Limco Incorporated of Châteauguay, Quebec, trained by Vic Putty. Jody Jamieson drives. 2 is Day Delight, owned by Triple S Equine of Newton, Ontario, trained by Vic Putty. Marie-Claude Auger drives. 3 is RJ's Super Freak, owned by trainer Eric Leffler of L'Ange Gardienne, Quebec, along with co-owner Michel Blais, also of L'Ange Gardienne. Bob McClure drives. 4 is Fox Hunt, owned by Jamie and Jacob Copley of Kenmore, Ontario. They share ownership with James Copley of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Jacob Copley trains and Guy Gagnon is in the sulky. 5 is JJ Xavier, owned and trained by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario. James McDonald drives. 6 is Shotgun Jerry, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation of Gloucester, Ontario. Stéphane Pouliot trains and drives. Completing the field from post 7, Self-Made, owned by Robert Bergeron with Chantal Trepanier, both of Laval, Quebec. The trainer is Stéphane Brosseau. Note the driver change from Brosseau to Louis Philippois on the 7, Self-Made. Completing this field of 7 in upcoming race 6. There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 4 wagering available. This is a competitive field, and I think the 5-2 favorite, make that co-favorite, illustrates my point. A divided betting board at the moment. We're looking at the 1, Dr. Joe, getting class relief after racing in the Rideau Preferred Handicap. He pocketed up Sunday behind the pace-setting Major Fernco. He got boxed in and shuffled back on the second turn and the backstretch and was loose late for 5th as the Lightspeed and Mythic Gambler drew away from the rest. Dr. Joe broke stride early in all 3 previous starts for Jody Jamieson. I'm not sure if there's a connection. He's a fast-leaving horse and maybe leaving aggressively sometimes. He's a little hot, but that is the statistical reality for Dr. Joe. He could turn that all around with a win here, though. He is co-favorite with Day Delight, who's been having a great season. Number 2, Day Delight advanced first over to the opening quarter Sunday for driver Melanie Plourde and got parked third along the backstretch in pursuit of the pace-setting Fox Hunt. He lost ground late. He's up in class, but finding some post relief here, and he's had numerous sub-152 wins in his recent lines. That's the 2, Day Delight. His last win was 4 starts back for the returning Marie-Claude Auger. That's the 2, Day Delight, a 5-time winner in 2025. Now Fox Hunt is the 5-2 favorite for Guy Gagnon and Jacob Copley. 2 wins this season. He's a fast horse who missed by a head after setting the pace here August 17th at this level for Gagnon. starter has called the race 6 pacers. If you didn't have Macapello Sealster to start your pick 5 last race, you can start fresh here. It's the opening leg of another pick 4 at Rideau Carleton. The Pacers are lining up in front of the grandstand. 1 is Dr. Joe for Jody Jamieson. 2, Day Delight, Marie-Claude Auger. 3, RJ Superfreak, Bob McClure. 4 is Fox Hunt for Guy Gagnon. 5, JJ Xavier, James McDonald. 6, Shotgun Jerry, Stéphane Pouliot. And on the outside, 7, Self-Made for catch driver Louis-Philippe Roy. The field is on the turn, but gapping at the moment. Number 2, Day Delight, still finding his way into position as the starting gate is entering the backstretch. Day Delight has lined up with the rest. They're quickly approaching the start for race 6. They're off and pacing, timing the gate well. That's Day Delight sprinting out and getting out-sprinted by the fast-leaving Fox Hunt for Guy Gagnon. This one facing an immediate challenge on the outside by Self-Made and Louis-Philippe Roy alongside, and now going to backpedal into the pocket just ahead of Dr. Joe, moving up into 3rd, and that leaves Day Delight settling 4th behind the top 3 as they get to that opening quarter in a brisk 26-3, leading the way at the moment. Fox Hunt for Guy Gagnon, sitting the pocket. That's Self-Made in 3rd behind them. Dr. Joe then back to 4th. Day Delight first over out of 5th now. JJ Xavier getting underway and towing RJ Superfreak into it from the back of the field. Skimming the pylons, Day Delight gaining ground on the second turn. Shuffled to last, that's Shotgun Jerry. They were led by Fox Hunt to the half in 56-1. And he's still continuing to set the tempo. He's facing a first over bid now on the backstretch from Dr. Joe. Second on the outside as Self-Made is sitting 3rd on the cones. Second over now, racing in 4th. A well-situated JJ Xavier approaching 3/4. Caught in, buried 5th along the pylons. Day Delight. 3rd over. From the back of the field, RJ Superfreak just outside of Shotgun Jerry, who's last. They went by 3/4, 1:23-4. And up front, they're gearing up for the stretch drive with Fox Hunt being chased down the lane, coming up the inside. Self-Made turning it on down the center of the track. JJ Xavier is chasing to the wire, but it's going to be Fox Hunt getting the victory. JJ Xavier, it may have been Day Delight getting up for show there, 1:52-4. Guy Gagnon shows he can drive with the best of them anywhere, especially on home turf and especially with a horse like Fox Hunt. Successfully holding off the fast closing JJ Xavier and James McDonald. My spot play, good enough for place. Not quite there to catch Fox Hunt. That was a 3-horse blanket finish for show there. RJ's Superfreak, Shotgun Jerry, Day Delight all wanted a piece of the action in this 1:52-4 mile. The unofficial top 4 order of finish is now posted for race 6, going off as the 8-5 favorite. Number 4, Fox Hunt, delivers for Guy Gagnon. Holding off the 5, JJ Xavier, second at odds of 7-1 as the Ontario Racing spot play of the day. Number 2, Day Delight, won that battle, 3-horse battle for show. Day Delight loose late. And 6, Shotgun Jerry, miraculously was 4th after being last at 3/4. 4, 5, 2, 6, the unofficial top 4 finishers in race 6 Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. Unofficial race 6 winner, number 4, Fox Hunt. Fox Hunt is a 6-year-old bay gelding by Huntsville out of Wrangler Magic, owned by Jamie and Jacob Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, with James Copley of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Bred by Crawford Farms, LLC of Syracuse, New Jersey. I should say Syracuse, New York. Fox Hunt is trained by Jacob Copley, and that's the first driving win of the card for Guy Gagnon. Win number 3 of the season for Fox Hunt, 152-4 as race 6 goes official. Prices are posted for race 6. Number 4, Fox Hunt, returns $5.20 to win. The $2.45 exactor pays $32.30 at $63.30 for the 4.52 $1 triactor and $212 even if you had the $1 superfecta. 4.526. The race 6 rundown is now on your screens. Number 1, Dr. Joe finished 7th. 2, Day Delight closed for show. 3, RJ's Super Freak was 5th. 4, Fox Hunt gets another win, his 3rd win of the season. This time is 8-5 favorite for Guy Gagnon. 5, JJ Xavier closed for place. 6, Shotgun Jerry was 4th, and 7, Self-Made was 6th. From the top down, your program should read 7, 3, 5, 1, 2, 4, 6. The fractions 26 and 3, 56 and 1, 123 and 4, 152 and 4. The latest win for Fox Hunt. Race 7 is coming up. Another division of Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots 3-year-old filly pacers. Leg 4. And Glenn Pearson and myself both landing on the 1. All My Wishes for James McDonald and trainer Chantal Mitchell. 5 wins from 10 starts this season. For All My Wishes, a winner in Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots at Dresden Raceway on August 4th. That was for Garrett Rooney on the front end from the rail. And that was a tendency that smart handicappers may have noticed for Macapello Sealster. The winner of race 5, the earlier Grassroots leg 4 tonight at Rideau Carleton. This filly was a winner at Dresden August 4th in Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots from the rail. So if she can get that kind of a trip, All My Wishes could be a winner here. Once again, a great season so far. The favorite at the moment, 7-5, make that 3-2 on the 3. Something in Blue is Glenn's 3rd choice. Not a part of my ticket. The Travis Henry-driven Murray Breather trainee, a 3-time winner this year. Glenn and I both like the 9, Simply the Best, from the 2nd tier for Eric Nadeau and Louis-Philippe Bois. 4 wins in 10 starts this season. And coming in off her latest win for Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots starters on August 16th. At Woodbine Mohawk Park with J.R. Plant in the bike. Glenn's got her 2nd. I'm using her 3rd. I like the 6 here. Stellar Manipulation, overlooked at 18-1, but she's been surprisingly good and caught people flat-footed sometimes, leaving her out of the tickets. She stepped up from the prospect level, but she had to. At Grand River, a 5/8 mile track on June 23rd in the Prospect Series, she successfully wired by 6 3/4 lengths from post 7 for Daryl Thiessen. Back in the bike here. So she's sort of a long shot, but I'm using her in the ticket, and I like to box tickets, so hopefully this pays off. The 4 here is 4th in the tickets for both Glenn and myself. Park Avenue Janet for Bob McClure and Dave Maneri. She could be better than that. As I mentioned, I would consider boxing Superfectas here as well. This is not an evenly matched field, but some of them are hard to separate from each other. Park Avenue Janet added Lasix a couple of starts back. She was ineligible at Dresden on August 4th, and she's had an overland trip in her most recent start. That was August 15th at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Let's see how she does here. She was a beaten favorite that race. The 4 Park Avenue Janet at 10-1. I would not leave her out. Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old Grassroots filly pacers coming to the track now. Leg 4, race 7 post parade. Outrider Jen Filion with her son Chase. They're leading the post parades tonight for the stake races. Great to see. And something you don't often see at Rideau Carleton. After the first 6 races, we have a different winning driver in every race. Race 7 is Ontario Sire Stakes Leg 4 for the 3-year-old Grassroots Filly Pacers. They race for a purse of $25,000. Number 1 is All My Wishes, owned by Louise Guillemette of Trois-Rivières, Quebec, trained by Chantal Mitchell. James McDonald drives. Two is Promising Moment, owned by Howard Taylor of Pennsylvania with Falcon Racing LLC of New Jersey, trained by Renee Dion. Tyler Borth is in the bike. 3 is Something in Blue, owned by George E.C. and Greg Hunt of Otonabee with Kelly Hunt of Toronto, Ontario, trained by Murray Breather and Travis Henry drives. Four is Park Avenue Janet, owned by Hut Racing Stable of Malvern, Pennsylvania. Dave Maneri trains. Bob McClure drives. 5 is Pick Me Up Hanover, owned by David Byron of Wabaushany and Craig Walwyn of Barrie, Ontario, trained by Jeff Byron, and Jody Jameson drives. 6 is Stellar Manipulation, owned by M&S Racing Stable Incorporated of Rockwood with Paul Batter of Croton, Ontario. Joshua McKibben trains. Daryl Thiessen drives. Seven is Darlene's Angel, owned by Michael Morocco of Livonia, Michigan, who shares ownership with Vic Putty of Mountain, Ontario, and Lloyd Stone of Portland, Ontario. Vic Putty trains. Marie-Claude Auger drives. On the outside, from post 8, I Bet You a Kiss, owned by driver Robert Shepard of Mirabel, Quebec, and trained by Anthony Beaton. And completing the field from post 9, Simply the Best, owned by Aurel Harvey et Fils Incorporé of Rivière-Malbaie, Quebec, trained by Eric Nadeau. Louis-Philippe Bois drives. That's your field of 9. Grassroots. Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old filly Pacers. It's leg 4 coming up in race 7 with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. No changes in races 7, 8, or 9. We're getting a good look at All My Wishes. Top choice for the betting public at odds of 3-2 right now, and the top selection for Glenn Pearson and myself. The class dropping number 1, All My Wishes, and driver Travis Cullen gapped 4th behind a 3-horse battle approaching the half on August 16th at Mohawk. All My Wishes launched first over from 4th on the final turn and drew alongside the sulky of leader Macapello Sealster at the top of the stretch before losing ground in deep stretch. This time, she adds driver James McDonald, who was aboard for her May 19th win in Grassroots Leg 1. That's number 1, All My Wishes. Some others to consider here, 8-1 odds on beaten 2-1 favorite. Number 4, Park Avenue Janet, making third start Lasix. She had a first over move from 4th at the half on August 16th at Mohawk. She got up to 2nd on the final turn, but couldn't clear the leader, Tricky Wiki. She got swarmed by closers, and this is her debut for Bob McClure. Number 4, Park Avenue Janet, who did not race at age 2. 9, Simply the Best, moves to the second tier for the first time and adds Louis-Philippe Bois after an August 16th victory for J.R. Plante at Mohawk. Simply the Best stepped out first over from the pocket and overtook the leader, Forever After All. She subsequently got circled by Macapello Sealster, ending up in the pocket again and was loose late to hunt her down in the final strides. That's the 9, Simply the Best. The starter has called the field for race 7. Last chance to wager here. Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots Leg 4 for the 3-year-old Pacing Fillies, lining up now. 1 is All My Wishes, James McDonald. 2, Promising Moment, Tyler Borth. 3, Something in Blue, Travis Henry. 4, Park Avenue Janet, Bob McClure. 5, Pick Me Up Hanover, Jody Jameson. 6, Stellar Manipulation, Daryl Thiessen. 7, Darlene's Angel, Marie-Claude Auger. On the outside, 8, I Bet You a Kiss, Robert Shepard. And from trailing post 9, Simply the Best and Louis-Philippe Bois. Starting gate is on the backstretch. They're all in line with 1 behind, approaching the start for race 7. They're off and pacing, a staggered start with an early battle going to Pick Me Up Hanover and Jody Jameson moving between horses, but that lead could be short-lived. Here comes Stellar Manipulation for Daryl Thiessen alongside in second, pressing the pace early. Following from third, that's All My Wishes along the pylons, and now dropping to the pylons behind that one to sit fourth. It's I Bet You a Kiss en route to the opening quarter, getting there in 27 seconds flat. It's the pace-setting Pick Me Up Hanover for Jody Jameson, now getting confronted by the first over All My Wishes, drawing up to the sulky in front of the grandstand and moving ahead to take charge. In second now, that's Pick Me Up Hanover, following from third, Stellar Manipulation. They're headed around the turn now, approaching the half. On the inside fourth, I Bet You a Kiss, and here comes a big move from Promising Moment on the outside. They went to the half in 56 seconds flat, 29 seconds, second panel breather for All My Wishes, leading the way now and facing first over pressure from Promising Moment up into second outside of third place. Pick Me Up Hanover caught in along the pylon, second over now into fourth. Simply the Best is underway, getting the shuffle to fifth. That's Stellar Manipulation coming on now, third over from further back. Something in Blue gearing up and dropping to the back. I Bet You a Kiss now coming 3 wide from further back. Darlene's Angel, and they went to 3/4 in 1:23 and 4. Here they come down the stretch. They're still led by All My Wishes, and here comes Simply the Best within a couple of lengths, also flying late, Something in Blue, but All My Wishes delivers for James McDonald, getting there ahead of Simply the Best and Something in Blue in a 1:52 and 2 victory. All My Wishes got a perfect trip once she landed on the lead. She knew what to do. The 3-year-old daughter of McWicked just drawing away late. James McDonald becoming the first driver of the card with more than 1 victory, taking the second division of the Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old grassroots filly pacing action tonight at Rideau Carleton. I have to give a shout out to Justin Cooper on Twitter or X, saying how much he's enjoying watching Rideau Carleton tonight, enjoying the production, and he says he'd like to visit someday. I hope you can, Justin. Thanks for watching. Some great racing tonight, and race 7, no exception. coming through as 4-5 winning favorite for driver James McDonald. Number 1, All My Wishes, takes the second division of the grassroots 3-year-old filly Pacers. Leg 4 in the Ontario Sire Stakes tonight. Closing for place, number 9, Simply the Best, ahead of 3, Something in Blue, coming on for show. And 8, I Bet You a Kiss, looked to be backing down and seems to have got back into contention for 4th at odds of 50-1. 1, 9, 3, 8, the unofficial top 4 order of finish for race 7. Please hold all tickets. Now back in the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. Unofficial race 7 winner of Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old pacing filly Grassroots, leg 4, second division. All My Wishes, a 3-year-old bay filly by McWicked out of Regal Wish, owned by Louise Guillemette of Trois-Rivières, Quebec, bred by Winback Farm, Chesapeake City, Maryland, trained by Chantal Mitchell, and that's James McDonald's second driving win of the card, win number 6 of the season in start number 11 of the year for All My Wishes, 152 and 2. A nice looking winner's circle picture. And I had to check. All My Wishes, just a 1/5 of a second from equaling this year's fastest Canadian win by a 3-year-old pacing filly on a 5/8 mile track, 152 and 2. The seasonal record by a 3-year-old pacing filly on a Canadian track, 152 and 1. So that was a very good performance. Congratulations to All My Wishes and Connections. Race 7 is now official. Prices are posted for race 7, where number 1, All My Wishes, pays $3.70 to win. The $2.19 exactor pays $7.60. It's $9.65 for the $1.193 triactor. The $1 pick 4 ending here, 5141. 404 pays $51.15. And that superfecta, 1938, a generous $213.30 for the $1 ticket. The race 7 rundown is now displayed. 4 to 5 favorite number 1, All My Wishes. The race winner for James McDonald. 2, Promising Moment was 6. 3, Something in Blue, third. 4, Park Avenue Janet ended up 9th. 5, Pick Me Up Hanover was 5th. 6, Stellar Manipulation was 8th. 7, Darlene's Angel, 7th. 8, I Bet You a Kiss was 4th. And 9, Simply the Best, closed for place. From the top down, your program should read 163,958,742. The fractions were 27 flat, 56 flat, 123 and 4, 152 and 2 for All My Wishes.
Whether you're looking for a night out, trying to catch the hottest show, or if you're just feeling lucky. Hard Rock Ottawa is the place to be.
Race 8 is coming up next here at Rideau Carleton. And this is the $20,000 final of the Hard Rocking Summer Claiming Series. These horses have been battling it out through 3 legs of competition, and it comes down to this group going behind the gate in Race 8. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Last Pick 4 on the wagering menu. I'm going 3 deep in each of these last 3 legs here in the Hard Rocking Summer Claiming Series final in Race 8. I'm using, it actually looks like I may have made a mistake with my numbers because I like the 6, Lady for Dollar, the 2, Fancy Lettering, and I think the other horse I was using was the 4, Dr. Mickey, and I just may have made a mistake with that number. So going to the 4 there. Although some people say it's unlucky to change your tickets when you make a mistake. So you could leave that 5 if you like. That's the long shot. Strong closer, number 5, Mock Art in Motion. In race 9, though, going with number 8, Chantilly, if she's beatable. And that's a big if. In the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold Leg 4 for the 3-year-old Philly Pacers. It could be the fast closing number 2, Out of This World Deo, or possibly the 6, Perfectly Chic. In race 10, going with 3 of them there, Logan Behold from the second tier for Bob McClure and Mandy Archer. This looks intriguing. 7, the Light Speed doesn't have to deal with Mythic Gambler this week. And then there's a 3rd horse in here I think may have changed a little from my original ticket. In race 11, going 1-5-8, Beef and Cheddar, my best bet of the card. But if anyone's going to beat him, it could be Perpetual Rock or Skylar. Good closers there. Looking to race 10. Logan Behold, the 9. 7, the Light Speed, and Light the Torch had post 4 in the program proof. So I'm using him as well, playing back Light the Torch. He was hard used last start, and I think he looks good back at the Rideau preferred level. In the meantime, race 8, coming up, the Hard Rocking Summer Claiming Series final. Glenn Pearson and I see it a little differently here. He's going to the beaten favorite last start, Fancy Lettering, who's the 4 to 5 favorite from post 2 here. Glenn likes the 1, Sea Laird second. Then he's going to Dr. Mickey and No Time at All to complete his ticket. 12 to 1 on the 5 here in upcoming race 8. That's a strong closer. Mockart in Motion. 4 wins this season. He could be a part of it, but my top selection here is actually the 4 Dr. Mickey, picking up driver James McDonald for Paul Laframboise. 2 wins this season. The horses are coming towards the track now. Number 4, Dr. Mickey, had a parked-out trip with his trainer, Paul Laframboise, in the sulky on Sunday when Ryan Guy was unavailable to drive. Dr. Mickey was second over behind the parked-out cover of Beach Cowboy. He had top 2 finishes in the previous 2 legs of the hard-rocking Summer Claiming Series. Number 2, Fancy Lettering. The lone mare was a beaten 1-5 favorite who blasted to the lead inside of No Time at All Sunday for Guy Gagnon and cut the fractions, but missed by a neck as No Time at All overtook her in the final strides. Number 6, Lady for Dollar, trailed to the half on Sunday and had a mild late bid and retains driver Marie-Claude Auger. This one also had top 2 finishes in the first 2 legs of the hard-rocking Summer Claiming Series and gets some post relief. That's the 6, Lady for Dollar. And number 8, a tough assignment for No Time at All and Pascal Berube, who capitalized on a pocket ride Sunday behind the pace-setting Fancy Lettering. Race 8 is the hard-rocking Summer Claiming Series final with a purse of $20,000. Number 1 is Sea Laird, owned by trainer-driver Darcy Clancy of Odessa, Ontario, with Raymond Alport of Kingston, Ontario. Two is Fancy Lettering, owned by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. 3 is Beach Cowboy, owned and trained by Robert Bernicki of L'Ange Gardien, Quebec. Robert Shepard drives. One to 2, current favorite now from Post 4, Dr. Mickey, owned and trained by Paul Laframboise of L'Ange Gardien, Quebec. James McDonald at the controls. 5 is Mockart in Motion, owned by Kristen Trudeau of Gatineau, Quebec, trained by Stéphane Meyer. Mike Healy drives. 6 is Lady for Dollar, owned and trained by John McMillan of Odessa, Ontario. Marie-Claude Auger is in the bike. 7 is Sunchip, owned by trainer Patrick Dillon with Paddy Hoskin, both of Port Hope, Ontario, and they share ownership with Steve McGill of Bewdley, Ontario. Bob McClure is in the sulky. And from Post 8 on the outside, No Time at All, owned by Jean Allaire with Gina Bragagnolo and trainer Yves Tessier, all of Quebec. Pascal Berube drives. That's your field of 8 for the hard-rocking Summer Claiming Series final with Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and last pick 4 wagering. No changes in race 8. We're getting a good look at Dr. Mickey in line to James McDonald tonight from Post 4. He's the 3-5 favorite. As I mentioned, this horse didn't have an ideal start on August 17th. We had a bit of a driver shortage. Ryan Guy was not here. Ryan Guy had driven Dr. Mickey to some very good performances in earlier legs of the hard-rocking Summer Claiming Series with a win and a place finish. So Dr. Mickey now has James McDonald driving, and James McDonald is the only driver on the card tonight with more than one win. Track handicapper selections are now on screen. Myself and Glenn Pearson. Glenn returning to Fancy Lettering, who was a beaten favorite in her most recent start, a beaten 1-5 favorite. In fact, the only mare in the series, a 4-time winner this season. She missed by a neck, no time at all. Collared her late. Guy Gagnon back in the bike here. Once again, he is training for owner John McMillan. And this mare, a 4-year-old daughter of Stag Party, has been competitive in every leg of this series. I like her as well. I'm just using her second. My top choice horse here should be the 4, Dr. Mickey. In the program proof, he had post 5, but he is actually the 4, Dr. Mickey, 4-5 favorite right now. Glenn and I both have some respect for No Time at All, despite that tough outside post. He was a winner over Fancy Lettering in the most recent leg of the hard-rocking Summer Claiming Series last Sunday, out sprinting her late, holding her off by a neck for the win. That was from post 4. He's got to deal with the 8-hole tonight. That's the 8, No Time at All, who completes the superfecta for Glenn and myself. Glenn's got the 1 in there as well. Sea Laird, who had 5 claims entered on him, I believe it was in the first week of this claiming series. He's been popular ever since, and now he's racing for Darcy Clancy. He made his debut for trainer-driver Darcy Clancy on August 17th in the last leg of this series leading up to the final. And he was 4th from post 3, Sea Laird. The starter has called the field for race 8. Last chance to play the pick 4 tonight at Rideau Carleton. This is our final pick 4. Starting in race 8, the $20,000 hard-rocking Summer Claiming Series final. They're lining up now. 1 is Sea Laird, Darcy Clancy. 2, Fancy Lettering, Guy Gagnon. 3, Beach Cowboy, Robert Shepard. 4, Dr. Mickey, James McDonald. 5, Mock Art in Motion, Mike Healy. 6, Lady for Dollar, Marie-Claude Auger. 7, Sunchip for Bob McLaurin. On the outside, number 8, No Time at All, Pascal Berube. They're coming off the turn onto the Rideau Carleton backstretch for the start of race 8. The outside 3 gapping somewhat, approaching the start. That's Sunchip trailing. They're off and pacing. Fancy Lettering leaving from the inside for Guy Gagnon. And keeping alongside, that's Sea Laird and Darcy Clancy going to pocket up early behind them. Following from 3rd, Dr. Mickey. And parked first over now, that's Lady for Dollar trying to get something going, but having to backpedal. Moving up the cones now into 4th. That's Beach Cowboy approaching the opening quarter of 27-1. Up front, leading the way. Fancy Lettering is keeping about a length and a quarter ahead of Sea Laird, and she's widening that lead slightly. Following from 3rd, Dr. Mickey. 4th is Beach Cowboy, but on his outside, first over now, here comes Mock Art in Motion, and as they enter the turn, Mock Art in Motion has flushed out Dr. Mickey to come first over, approaching the half. He's out there in 3rd, following Fancy Lettering to that 56-3 halfway station. It's still Fancy Lettering laying down the fractions, but now in pursuit, first over, 2nd, Dr. Mickey and James McDonald. Caught in 3rd, Sea Laird, 2nd over now, advancing on the outside. Mock Art in Motion. And following that one from 5th along the inside, Beach Cowboy. It's a gap of about 5 lengths back to No Time at All. And just entering the outer flow from last at 3/4, Sunchip, 124 and 3 3/4. And up front now, it's getting heated for Fancy Lettering. She's feeling the pressure. Dr. Mickey not going away. And up the inside, Sea Laird also has something to say. Sea Laird moving ahead of Fancy Lettering as Dr. Mickey backs down. Sea Laird and Darcy Clancy pull the upset. Beach Cowboy up for second. It looked like Fancy Lettering held on for show. 154 and 1. A perfect drive by Darcy Clancy, and Sea Laird pulls the upset in the $20,000 Hard Rocking Summer Claiming Series final with a late move up the inside past a tiring Fancy Lettering. Dr. Mickey had already backed down. Beach Cowboy up and charging actually for place ahead of Fancy Lettering in this 154 and 1 mile. The unofficial top 4 order of finish is now posted for race 8. Number 1, Sea Laird gets the win for Darcy Clancy, pulling the 8-1 upset. Second, charging late, number 3, Beach Cowboy. 3-5 favorite, number 2, Fancy Lettering, held on for show ahead of the 5, Mock Art in Motion. Fourth, 1-3-2-5. Unofficial top 4 finishers in race 8. Please hold all tickets. The AGCO judges have just informed me that there's a driver objection in race 8, driver of 2 on the driver of 1 concerning action on the final turn. So that's Guy Gagnon driving the 2, Fancy Lettering, has lodged the driver objection against Darcy Clancy, the driver of number 1, Sea Laird. Please hold all tickets. Again, there is a driver objection regarding the winner, the unofficial winner of race 8. The driver objection is currently underway. The driver of 2, Fancy Lettering, against the driver of 1, C. Laird. AGCO judges are now reviewing footage of the race. Number 1, C. Laird, is on the track in front of the winner's circle, but no official declaration yet. Please hold all tickets. As we wait for the judges to resolve the driver objection affecting the results of race 8, you might want to look ahead. Turn the page in your program to race 9. Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old Gold Filly Pace, leg 4. Coming up next race. Purse of $140,000, exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late pick 3 wagering. Next Sunday night is the Coville Cup for amateur drivers and drivers who are just not reaching a certain regular driving status here at Rideau Carleton. Many of them drive, but intermittently or just 1 or 2 horses. So we'll see who's coming up in this year's Coville Cup final this week. It should be exciting. Jeff Taylor was last year's champion. Still waiting for word from the AGCO racing officials about the driver objection. Guy Gagnon, the driver of Fancy Lettering, the beaten 3-5 favorite, against Darcy Clancy, the driver of unofficial race winner, number 1, C. Laird. We're seeing footage now. That's C. Laird in the pocket, the 1. And moving up the inside of the 2, Fancy Lettering on the lead for Guy Gagnon. C. Laird moving ahead at this point. So we'll see what came of the driver objection by Guy Gagnon once the racing officials come to a decision. Thanks for your patience. Please hold all tickets. The AGCO judges have come to a decision after reviewing footage from race 8, the final turn and the top of the stretch. The objection was by Guy Gagnon, driver of 2 Fancy Lettering, against Darcy Clancy, driver of number 1 Sea Laird. And the claim, the inquiry and objection, suggested that there may have been contact between Sea Laird and the sulky wheel on Fancy Lettering near the top of the stretch. And the AGCO judges have not found that to be the case. So the objection and inquiry are overruled and results will stand in race 8. Thank you. Sea Laird is the official winner of race 8, the $20,000 Hard Rocking Summer Claiming Series final. I believe Darcy Clancy may have taken him back to the barn by now, unfortunately, but congratulations to the official winner of race 8, Sea Laird, a 9-year-old bay gelding by Custer the Dragon out of Devil Likes It Hot. Co-owned by trainer-driver Darcy Clancy of Odessa, Ontario, with Raymond Alport of Kingston, Ontario. Sea Laird was bred by the Sea Spray Stables Limited of Nanaimo, BC. That's win number 6 of the year, 154-1, Sea Laird. Prices are posted for race 8. Number 1, Sea Laird, returns $18.40 to win. The $2 1-3 exactor pays $105.40. $96.90 for the $1 triactor 1-3-2 combination. And the $1 superfecta 1-3-2-5 returns $553.20. The Race 8 rundown is now displayed. The 2025 Hard Rocking Summer Claiming Series final champion is the 1, Sea Laird, a winner for Darcy Clancy. 3 to 5 favorite number 2, Fancy Lettering, was 3rd. 3, Beach Cowboy, 2nd. 4, Dr. Mickey, was 5th. 5, Mock Art in Motion was 4th. 6, Lady for Dollar finished 8th. 7, Sun Chip was 6th, and 8, No Time at All, 7th. From the top down, your program should read 1, 3, 2, 5, 4, 8, 6, 7. The fractions, 27 and 1, 56 and 3, 124 and 3, 154 and 1. C. Laird.
Busy lives make special moments that much more important with family, with colleagues, with loved ones and friends. But sometimes the circumstances change suddenly and emergency services are needed. When every second counts, would you know what to do?
St. John Ambulance is here to help with the most comprehensive first aid and CPR training programs conveniently scheduled at times that work for you. Just one course could save someone you love. Book online or call today. St. John Ambulance, saving lives at work, home, and play.
Go ahead and test.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, take your foot off the pedal.
Race 9 is coming up. It's the $140,000 Ontario Sire Stakes Gold 3-year-old filly pace, leg number 4. Exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering. Glenn Pearson is here for an interview with the winner, whoever it may be, after the race in the winner's circle. It's an impressive field of 8, and we're honored to have the 2024 O'Brien Some Beach Somewhere Horse of the Year. Starting from post 8, she's the 1-9 favorite right now, Chantilly. The fillies are coming towards the track for the race 9 post parade. Here come Outriders, Jen and Chase to lead the post parade for race 9. Ontario Sire Stakes Gold, the 3-year-old filly pace. Gold leg 4, race 9 at Rideau Carleton. Here comes the post parade for race 9, the $140,000 Ontario Sire Stakes Gold Leg 4 for the 3-year-old filly Pacers. Number 1 is Wicked and Single, owned by Lisa Lafort of Ontario with David Mercer of Nova Scotia, trained by Anthony Beaton. Louis-Philippe Roy drives. 2 is Out of This World Deo, owned by Deo Valente Farms, LLC of Flemington, New Jersey, trained by Chantal Mitchell. Tyler Borth drives. 3 is Millie May Hanover, owned by William Pollock with Bruce Ehrman, both of Freehold, New Jersey, and they share ownership with trainer Andrew Harris of Allentown, New Jersey. Jonathan Drury drives. 4, Winsun Charlotte is adding Lasix. She is owned by a numbered Alberta corporation with Robert Frank, Douglas Dunbar, and Larry DeLillis, all of Ontario. Trained by Gary Murner, she's driven by Daryl Thiessen. 5 is Eternal Delight, owned by Mart West Racing, LP, and Kentucky Farm Incorporated with Jeffrey and Dr. Terry Rook of Ontario. Trained by Austin McEnany, Trevor Henry drives. 6 is Perfectly Chic, owned by Steve Mihalik with John Pentland, who also trains, and a numbered Ontario corporation. Bob McClure is in the bike. 7 is Wicked Pace, owned by Paul and Jamie Cameron of Guelph, with Arnold's Horse Shack of Mississauga, Ontario. Paul Cameron trains, Jody Jameson drives. Completing this field from post 8, 1-5 current favorite, and 2024 Canadian Harness Horse of the Year, Chantilly, owned by Millar Farms of Stouffville, Ontario, trained by Nick Gallucci, driven by James McDonald. That's your field of 8 3-year-old pacing fillies for Ontario Sire Stakes Gold Leg number 4, coming up in race 9 here at Rideau Carleton, with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late pick 3 wagering. No changes. We're zooming in on Chantilly, who's looking to rebound after the first losses of her career. On August 8th, in the filly and mare preferred at Woodbine Mohawk Park when she was loose late, and then after setting hot fractions in a Grand Circuit field at Pocono on August 16th in the Lynch Memorial. She was second by 3/4 of a length to the 2024 U.S. divisional champion Mickey and Minnie. So Chantilly getting lots of respect here despite that tough outside post position. But what a season last year, going undefeated 9-9, and she does have 4 victories this year. Glenn Pearson in agreement. Chantilly remains the filly to beat. Glenn has the 6 Perfectly Chic in the place spot, ahead of 7 Wicked Pace third, and then goes to the 3 Millie May Hanover to complete the superfecta. I noticed that very fast fraction, a very fast closing quarter for the 2 Out of This World Deo, in line to Tyler Borth on the 15th. I like her to place ahead of Perfectly Chic, and completing my ticket with the 5 Eternal Delight. Wagering remains open on race 9, but these OSS Gold 3-year-old filly pacers will be lining up shortly. Chantilly getting all the respect, 1-5 favorite from post 8. I was mentioning the fast closing quarter for the 2 Out of This World Deo in her most recent start. She got up for place, pacing a last quarter of 25-4 at Mohawk on August 15th. She trailed to the opening quarter in non-stake company and had a fourth over move from last near 3 quarters. She came home widest and fastest of all for place at odds of 33-1. Running out of racetrack for Tyler Borth. That's the 2 Out of This World Deo. Still some time to wager. That's the 5 Eternal Delight and Trevor Henry coming around the turn. The odds on number 8 Chantilly now 2-5. The starter has called the field for race 9, the $140,000 Ontario Sire Stakes 3-year-old filly pace, gold leg number 4. The best fillies you'll find anywhere in North America tonight. Number 1, Wicked and Single, Louis-Philippe Bois. 2, Out of This World Deo, Tyler Borth. 3, Millie Mae Hanover, Jonathan Drury. 4, Winsun Charlotte, Daryl Thiessen. 5, Eternal Delight, Trevor Henry. 6, Perfectly Chic, Bob McClure. 7, Wicked Pace, Jody Jamieson. And 8, Chantilly, James McDonald. They're on the turn, headed towards the backstretch. They're lined up for the start. And they're off and pacing. It's gold time with Wicked and Single and Out of This World Deo leaving 1-2 from the inside. Speed on the outside. Wicked Pace is getting involved early. She's drawing alongside Wicked and Single now to battle around the first turn. And a 3-high Chantilly is gaining ground rapidly. She's up alongside Wicked Pace en route to the opening quarter. And Chantilly fighting her way to the front. 26-2. Chantilly has landed on the lead for James McDonald. Now in the pocket under tight lines. That's Wicked Pace. Following from 3rd, Wicked and Single. Back to 4th, Perfectly Chic. And 5th on the inside, Out of This World Deo. And stepping out now, that's Perfectly Chic for Bob McClure. Getting underway. First over from 4th, headed into the second turn now. En route to the half, it's Chantilly keeping ahead of the pocket sitting. Wicked Pace. And keeping a Wicked Pace. 55-2 to the half. Chantilly, a length and a quarter ahead of the pocket sitting Wicked Pace. First over in 3rd, Perfectly Chic is gaining ground. Caught in 4th, Wicked and Single. Second over now, moving into 4th, Out of This World Deo gaining ground. And 3rd over following her cover now, that's Eternal Delight. Getting the shuffle on the inside, sitting second last, Millie Mae Hanover. And trailing at this point, Winsun Charlotte. They reached 3 quarters in 1:23 flat. Things are heating up for Chantilly. Here comes Out of This World Deo. Also, Perfectly Chic is a factor down the stretch here. It looks like it's Perfectly Chic who's made front for Bob McClure, and Tyler Borth is sending Out of This World Deo to an Out of This World upset over Perfectly Chic, and then it's back to Wicked and Single 3rd, 1:52 flat. The fastest mile by a 3-year-old filly pacer on a 5/8 mile track in Canada this season. quite the stretch drive. Wicked pace going on the run there and dropping out of contention on the inside. Fighting on for the upset. Number 2, Out of This World Deo for Tyler Borth over Perfectly Chic. And Wicked and Single 152 flat. Wicked pace, though, dropping out late. The AGCO judges maybe looking at action in the stretch, but we'll wait and see. 152 flat, the winning mile for Out of This World Deo. Unofficial results are now posted for the top 4 in race 9. At odds of 18-1, number 2, Out of This World Deo, the race winner for Tyler Borth. Over 6, Perfectly Chic, second. 1, Wicked and Single was third, and 5, Eternal Delight finished fourth. 2, 6, 1, 5, the unofficial top 4 in race 9. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle. Race 9 winner of Ontario Sire Stakes, 3-year-old filly pace, gold leg number 4. It's number 2, Out of This World Deo, a 3-year-old bay filly by Bettor's Delight out of Worldly Beauty, owned by Deo Volente Farms LLC of Flemington, New Jersey, also her breeder. The trainer is Chantel Mitchell. Tyler Borth gets his second driving win of the night, and that's a second win of the year and a new lifetime mark for Out of This World Deo, right when it counts. And we'd like you to stick around in the winner's circle. Glenn Pearson going to interview the winning connections of this filly, pulling the 18-1 upset. Out of This World Deo.
Spots. All yours.
You come on right over here, Tyler. Right over here.
If you want to stand next to each other like this, camera's going to Chantel's coming to the trainer. Okay, perfect.
First off, congratulations to you, Tyler. That was probably the biggest win of your career. I don't know, maybe not. What do you say?
I think the biggest one was one that I own half of, my own filly, but that one was right up there. That was obviously unexpected. She had been racing really good, and I thought she would be decent, but I thought there were some fillies in there that we couldn't beat, and yeah, just a couple of them didn't race up to their best, and we capitalized on it.
Maybe you can go over the last little bit of the mile there. She really came on late in the stretch.
Yeah, I was happy with the trip I was getting, and then when I seen Chantilly start to stop, but she was actually running out in a little bit in the turn. I moved her a little sooner than I wanted to, but she kicked home strong, and yeah, she was good.
Well, that's a fantastic win for you. And what I noticed in the program was the breeder is the owner. I don't know, are they here tonight? No, they're not. Well, we'll talk to you next, Chantel. But I mean, that's a fantastic win for anybody, and that keeps the game moving when the owner is the winner in a big race like this. Congratulations to you, and good luck in the future.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Okay. Maybe we can have a quick word with Chantel Mitchell, the trainer of record. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about this filly, how long you've had her, and how is she? Is she a lady in the barn, or is she tough, or how does she go?
No, she's really a lady. She's a sweetheart. She does everything right. She's got a good character, but she's just fun to have around.
Yeah, and she's $70,000 richer tonight.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is. She's the last foal out of the Great Worldly Beauty. So the owners, the breeders, they retained her to breed her afterwards. And she's been tough. She tries hard. She's just not always had the best of luck. Things haven't always gone her way. But I was just hoping one day she might get there in one of these races, and here we are.
Well, Worldly Beauty was a fantastic mare. I remember her back in the old days. Congratulations to you, and I assume you've got one more stop in the next Gold?
We'll try to be there.
Okay, congratulations. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you to Glenn Pearson for the interviews with winning driver Tyler Borth and winning trainer Chantal Mitchell about Out of This World Deo, the 18-1 beater of champions. She's a champion herself. As we wait for race 9 to go official, 2-6-1-5. The unofficial top 4 in race 9. Race 9 is now official. Prices are posted for race 9. Number 2, Out of This World Deo returns $38.70 to win. The $2 2-6 exactor, $375 and change. The $1 pick 3, 112, 3 of 3, $930.90. $1,471.04 if you went 4 of 4 in that pick 4. And yes, that was a 20-cent pick 4. The 20-cent pick 5 now displayed. 5 of 5, 14112, $4,200, $4,300. Let's try this again. $963 for the $1 Triactor 261, $1,931 and change for that Superfecta for $1. And there it is. $4,243.58 for the 20-cent pick 5. The race 9 rundown is now displayed. 1, Wicked and Single finished third. 2, Out of This World Deo, an 18-1 winner in Ontario Sire Stakes Gold Leg 4. The second driving win of the night for Tyler Borth. 3, Millie May Hanover was 5th. 4, Wind Sun Charlotte finished 7th. 5, Eternal Delight was 4th. 6, Perfectly Chic was 2nd. 7, Wicked Pace broke late of her own accord and finished 8th. And the 1-9 beaten favorite, number 8, Chantilly, was 6th. From the top down, your program should read 3, 1, 5, 7, 4, 2, 8, 6. The fractions 26 and 2, 55 and 2, 123 flat, 152 flat. That's the fastest Canadian mile by a 3-year-old pacing filly on a 5/8 mile track this season, and a new lifetime mark for Out of This World Deo. Race 10 is coming up next. That's the preferred handicap pace with positions 7 and 8 assigned. Glenn Pearson going back to number 7, the Light Speed for Guy Gagnon, currently the 3-5 favorite. I'm using him second. Logan Behold from the second tier for Mandy Archer and Bob McClure. Very intriguing at odds of 13-1. Glenn likes the Mohawk Invader, number 8, Which Way to the Beach. In the place spot, I'm using that one fourth with the Light Speed, second in my ticket. Then I'm going to what should be the 3, Light the Torch. Light the Torch was originally post 4 in the program proof. He has post 3 here. He is, in fact, my third choice in this ticket. Glenn has Light the Torch and Stonebridge Hermes to complete his superfecta. Race 10 has Exactor, Triactor, superfecta, and late daily double wagering. Note there is a bridle change on number 3, Light the Torch, in upcoming race 10, going blind to blinkers. And a driver change in race 11. William Waugh will drive number 3, Woodmere Gaelic, in race 11. Here comes the post parade for race 10, the preferred handicap pace with a purse of $10,000. Post positions 7 and 8 are assigned. Number 1 is Southwind Sambuca, owned by Gordon McDonald of Ottawa with Christopher Boland of St. John's, Newfoundland. Vic Putty trains, Marie-Claude Auger drives. Two is I Am a Rocket, owned by Louise Ricard of Gatineau, Quebec, trained by Guy Gagnon. Clark Stacy drives. 3 is Light the Torch, owned by trainer Marc-André Simoneau of Trois-Rivières, Quebec, along with Jean Fontaine, also of Trois-Rivières. Pascal Berube drives. Note the bridle change on Light the Torch, who goes blind to blinkers. 4 is Stonebridge Hermes, owned, trained, and driven by Jacques Baudouin of Manotick, Ontario. 5 is Major Fern Co., owned by Limco Incorporated, Chateauguay, Quebec, trained by Vic Putty. Daryl Thiessen drives. 6 is Early Action, owned by Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, with Kimberly Eaton of Brockville, Ontario. Mandy Archer trains. Robert Shepard drives. 7 is The Lightspeed, owned by Michel Nolette of Princeville, Quebec, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. 8 is Which Way to the Beach, the current 7-5 favorite, owned by Gino Toscani of Mount Hope, Ontario, trained by Gary Murner. Trevor Henry drives. And from trailing post 9, it's Logan Behold, owned by Kimberly Eaton of Brockville with Jamie Copley of Kenmore, Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer. Bob McClure drives. That's your field of 9 for upcoming race 10, the preferred handicap pace. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late daily double wagering. We're zooming in to get a good look at the 6-5 favorite from assigned post 8. Which Way to the Beach, dropping in from Mohawk for Trevor Henry, second drive of this Rideau card. Which Way to the Beach makes his first start since August 9th when he raced single file 6th behind the pace-setting 3-5 favorite Century Komodo to the half at Mohawk. He had a second over move on the final turn and was 3 wide for the stretch drive but lost ground late. It's a tough post position, and even a top horse can struggle to win from Rideau post 8. So we'll see if this assignment is too much for Which Way to the Beach, but the betting public is on his side. He's the 6-5 favorite. Number 8, Which Way to the Beach. My top choice here is actually 15-1 from post 9. Logan Behold making his debut for Bob McClure. Logan Behold was single file 5th to the opening quarter Sunday. At this level for driver Sylvain Lacaille, he got covered up and shuffled back as Mythic Gambler began gaining ground first over past the grandstand. Logan Behold was caught in and loose late into stretch traffic. He was undefeated, though, in 2 previous off-the-pace efforts racing from the second tier over the half-mile tracks at London and Charlottetown. And Logan Behold was a strong second in the August 10th preferred handicap. He's my top selection here. Glenn going to the Lightspeed over Which Way to the Beach, and then looking to Light the Torch, number 3. Who am I? I am also using Light the Torch third. Again, I was working from a proof, so Light the Torch originally looked like he had post 4, but Light the Torch, my third choice here. Glenn is completing his ticket with number 4, Stonebridge Hermes, and that's where I have Which Way to the Beach. Number 3, Light the Torch, overlooked at 23-1. He's got the bridle change, blind to blinkers here. He was flushed out before the half Sunday and first over along the backstretch and final turn, battling leader the Lightspeed. He tired at the top of the stretch, but Light the Torch seems to have been returning to his old form leading up to that start. He's got 5 wins this season from 18 starts, and post 3 here. Light the Torch. The starter has called the field for race 10. Last chance to play the late double tonight at Rideau Carleton. This field is going behind the gate, led by 1, Southwind Sambuca for Marie-Claude Auger. 2, I Am a Rocket, Clark Stacy. 3, Light the Torch, Pascal Berube. 4, Stonebridge Hermes, Jacques Baudouin. 5, Major Fernco, Daryl Thiessen. 6, Early Action, Robert Shepard. 7, The Lightspeed for Guy Gagnon. On the outside, 8, Which Way to the Beach. That's Trevor Henry in the bike. And the 9 is Logan Behold for Bob McClure. They're onto the backstretch, headed to the start for race 10. They're off and pacing, blasting from the inside. Southwind Sambuca also showing speed from mid-pack. That's a Major Fernco leaving for Daryl Thiessen and landing on the lead. Advancing first over into second now. Here comes the Lightspeed for Guy Gagnon. Sitting third now, that's Southwind Sambuca. Second over fourth and advancing. That's Which Way to the Beach en route to the opening quarter and getting there first, but just clearing now. That's the Lightspeed, 26-2, blistering early fractions, and still parked out there in second for Trevor Henry. Which Way to the Beach looks to clear to the lead now, putting the Lightspeed second ahead of Major Fernco, following from third, and then it's back to Southwind Sambuca and I Am a Rocket. They're headed around the second turn now and exiting the safety of the pylons. Here comes a move from Major Fernco, first over from third. They pass the half in 55 seconds flat and still leading the way. Which Way to the Beach, testing him now, pressing the pace just ahead behind on the backstretch. Major Fernco gaining ground with every stride, moving second over into fourth. Southwind Sambuca getting the shuffle back from third to fourth at the moment. The Lightspeed approaching 3/4 and gearing up for a 3-wide bid now. Here comes Logan Behold, loaded with pace, sixth on the inside. Light the Torch needs to do more, 1:23-1. They're circling for home and is a tenuous lead. Which Way to the Beach, wondering where the wire is. Southwind Sambuca still gaining ground on the outside. The Lightspeed resurgent up the inside, battling to the wire. It's tight. It's going to be the Lightspeed over Southwind Sambuca. Which Way to the Beach and Logan Behold. That's a 1:52-2 victory. Which Way to the Beach was leading at the top of the stretch and got swarmed late on the outside. Southwind Sambuca, so impressive for Marie-Claude Auger, but the Lightspeed fighting back on the inside for Guy Gagnon and very tight at the wire. Looks like it went to the Lightspeed on the inside over Southwind Sambuca in this 1:52-2 decision. The unofficial top 4 order of finish is posted, and in the win photo, it goes to the 1, Southwind Sambuca. My apologies. I thought the Lightspeed got it, but it was Southwind Sambuca winning for Marie-Claude Auger. Second, a very close second, number 7, the Lightspeed. Third was Which Way to the Beach, and closing for fourth, an odds of 22-1. Number 9, Logan Behold, 1789. Again, 1789. I couldn't separate them properly at the wire, but through the wonderful technology of the photo finish, Southwind Sambuca gets his 5th seasonal victory. That's Southwind Sambuca coming back now. Win number 5 in start number 24 of the season. And that's his first win this season at the Rideau Carleton preferred level. Here he comes, Southwind Sambuca, a 5-year-old bay gelding by American Ideal out of Sister's Delight, owned by Gordon McDonald of Ottawa with Christopher Boland of St. John's, Newfoundland. Bred by Southwind Farms, LLC, New Jersey, trained by Vic Putty, and driven to victory by Marie-Claude Auger, 152-2. Very impressive Southwind Sambuca wins the photo over the Lightspeed. And my apologies for not calling him the winner at the wire. So close. Congratulations to Southwind Sambuca, the 9-1 winner in race 10. Race 10 results are now official. Prices are posted for race 10. Number 1, Southwind Sambuca returns $21.20 to win. The $2 1/7 exactor pays $128.60. It's $159.60 for the $1 triactor 178 combination. And the $1 superfecta 1789 returns $4,776.80. The race 10 rundown is now posted. Winning his first Rideau Preferred Handicap Pace, number 1, Southwind Sambuca for Marie-Claude O'Shea, her first driving win of the night. 2, I Am a Rocket was 9th. 3, Light the Torch, 5th. 4, Stonebridge Hermes was 8th. 5, Major Fernco, 6th. 6, Early Action, 7th. 7, The Light Speed. So close, very close, second to Southwind Sambuca. 3 to 5 favorite, number 8, Which Way to the Beach, held on for show ahead of a fast closing number 9, Logan Behold, who was 4th. 1, 9, 5, 8, 6, 7, 2, 3, 4. The official order of finish for race 10. The fractions 26 and 2, 55 flat, 123 and 1, 152 and 2. Southwind Sambuca. Race 11 is coming up next as our last of the card, thanks to the horse players old and new, familiar and unfamiliar, who joined us tonight online at the track or at the OTB. Race 11 has exactor, triactor, and super high five wagering. There is one change. It's a driver change on the 3, Woodmere Gaelic, going from Jonathan Drury to William Waugh. Glenn Pearson and I are in agreement here that the currently 5-2 number 1 Beef and Cheddar for Robert Shepard and Wayne Catherwood looks like a winner. We're both using the 5 Perpetual Rock in the place spot for Pascal Berube and Yves Tessier. That's where we diverge paths. Glenn has the 4 Arizona Jackson in the show spot. Then he's going to the 7 Captain of Rock and Roll and the 2 Howie's Man to complete his high five ticket. I have the 8 Skylar third in my ticket. I think he can win from post 8. He's done it before. Marie-Claude O'Shea, great with these late speed horses, as we just found out in the preferred handicap pace. Captain of Rock and Roll, 4th in my ticket. And then I'm going to Arizona Jackson to complete the high five. Current favorite from post 5, Perpetual Rock, at odds of 3 to 5 for Berube and Tessier. Winless in 15 starts so far this year. But he's got significant class relief here and not a bad post position to work with for the 5 Perpetual Rock. Pacers are coming on track for the race 11 post parade. The Robbie D'Alessandro pace, as John McMillan would say. It's race 11, and the post parade is on track. Pacers, non-winners of $3,750 in their last 5 starts, or $950 per start in their last 10. Also eligible, $15,000 claimers. They race for a purse of $7,000. Number 1 is Beef and Cheddar, owned and trained by Wayne Catherwood of Princeton, Ontario. Robert Shepard drives, the current 1-5 favorite. 2 is Howie's Man, owned by Scott Miller of Messina, New York, trained by Christina Miller. Josh Miller drives. 3 is Woodmere Gaelic, owned by Antonio DeMario and Antonio Balfiore of Sudbury, with Melanie Leach of Kemptville, Ontario, trained by Steve Belial. Note the driver change from Jonathan Drury to William Waugh. 4 is Arizona Jackson, owned by Clark Stacey of Lansdowne, Ontario, who also drives, and he shares ownership with trainer Kara Stacey, also of Lansdowne. 5 is Perpetual Rock, owned by Gina Bragagnolo, with trainer Yves Tessier, both of Quebec, and Lynn Bragagnolo of Ontario shares ownership. Pascal Berube is in the bike. 6 is No Sport Pun Intended, owned by Lee Cullen of Ottawa, with Lloyd Howley of Cars, Ontario, trained by Mike Armstrong, who also drives. 7 is Captain of Rock and Roll, owned by trainer Jacob Copley, with Mandy Archer, both of Kenmore, Ontario. Guy Gagnon drives. And from Post 8, Skylar completes the field for trainer-owner Danielle Dulude of Saint-Martin, Quebec, who shares ownership with Silvio Rivari of Saint-Lazare, and Marie-Claude Auger drives. That's your field of 8 for upcoming Race 11, Exactor, Triactor, and High Five wagering. The only change, the driver change on the 3, Woodmere Gaelic, picking up catch driver William Waugh. We're getting a good look at the 1-2 current favorite. Number 1, Beef and Cheddar, teaming up with Robert Shepard for their first start together since their front-end win at a higher classification here on June 22nd. Beef and Cheddar cut the fraction Sunday for driver Marie-Claude Auger, overtaking the fast-leaving RJ Super Freak in a brief early battle. Beef and Cheddar was under pressure from first over 6-5 favorite Early Action on the backstretch. They matched strides around the final turn, and Beef and Cheddar got edged out by RJ Super Freak in a 3-horse battle for place. He's got class and post relief. Beef and Cheddar, even money favorite. The 5 getting some attention here as well. He opened as favorite. The class dropping number 5, Perpetual Rock, and Pascal Berube advanced second over from 5th following the cover of First Up winner Early Action approaching the half last Sunday. Perpetual Rock was second over 4th at 3/4 and 3 wide at the top of the stretch. He was narrowly 4th in a 3-horse blanket finish behind winner Early Action. Perpetual Rock ran out of racetrack, coming home in the field's co-fastest last quarter of 28-2. Glenn Pearson and I agree 1-5 makes a good exactor here. We differ about the show horse. Glenn looking to the 4, Arizona Jackson. I like the strong closer, number 8, Skylar, who won August 13th in his debut for Marie-Claude Auger. Skylar led to the half, matched strides with the first over Sports Activator along the backstretch into the final turn, and opened up in deep stretch for a seasonal best 1:52-1 victory with 2 moves that mile, and the field's co-fastest closing quarter of 28-4. Keep in mind, Skylar is one of those horses who can win from anywhere at Rideau Carleton. He was a winner from Post 8 with no scratches on July 4th, 2024 from Off the Pace at a slightly lower classification. They're going to be going behind the gate in just a moment. Don't miss your chance to wager on the last of the night here at Rideau Carleton. Thanks for being a part of Ontario Sires Stakes, visiting the nation's capital this evening. The field is lining up now. The starter has called them for race 11. 1 is Beef and Cheddar for Robert Shepard. 2, Howie's Man, Josh Miller. 3, Woodmere Gaelic, William Waugh. 4, Arizona Jackson, Clark Stacy. 5, Perpetual Rock, Pascal Berube. 6, No Sport Pun Intended, Mike Armstrong. 7, Captain of Rock and Roll, Guy Gagnon. And on the outside, number 8, Skylar, Marie-Claude Auger. They're all in line on the turn. The field is on the backstretch. Skylar dropping back. They're off and pacing, pushing the gate away. Beef and Cheddar leaving for Robert Shepard, and Howie's Man in hot pursuit early. He's first over for Josh Miller, pressing the pace on the first turn. 3 lengths back, following from third at the moment. That's Arizona Jackson. He's a good 4 lengths ahead of next closest Woodmere Gaelic, sitting fourth. Moving up into fifth, that's Perpetual Rock. In 6th, 7th, and 8th, it's program order. No sport pun intended. Captain of Rock and Roll and Skylar to the opening quarter of 26 and 2. Up front, Beef and Cheddar now facing first over pressure from Howie's Man up to the sulky wheel and up to the saddle number again, but not passing Beef and Cheddar. They're headed into the turn now, thinking better of the first over bid. It's Howie's Man back into the pocket behind the pace setting Beef and Cheddar, who reached the halfway point in 55 and 2, 29 seconds flat, and still leads the way by a length and a half on the backstretch. Making a move now, first over out of third. Here comes Arizona Jackson for Clark Stacy. Second over in fourth and advancing Perpetual Rock. Inside fifth and going nowhere at the moment, Woodmere Gaelic. Third over in sixth, that's Captain of Rock and Roll. Seventh and fourth over, no sport pun intended, and 3 wide from the back of the field. Skylar would need a miracle. 1:24 and 2. The clocking to 3/4. They've changed leadership. Arizona Jackson taking over from Beef and Cheddar. They're continuing to battle down the lane. Beef and Cheddar seems to have been put away. Arizona Jackson coming on late, chased to the wire by Perpetual Rock. It is going to be Arizona Jackson over Perpetual Rock, Captain of Rock and Roll, and Beef and Cheddar. 1:54 and 1. Beef and Cheddar put up a good fight on the front end, but he got wore down in the stretch by a persistent Arizona Jackson, gaining ground on his outside. Perpetual Rock made a competitive battle to the wire. Arizona Jackson looked to hold off the fast-closing Perpetual Rock by a head. Captain of Rock and Roll getting up for show ahead of Beef and Cheddar in this 1:54 and 1 mile. Unofficial results are now posted for the top 5 order of finish in race 11 at odds of 15 to 1. Number 4, Arizona Jackson gets the upset win. Clark Stacy's first driving win of the card. Second as beaten 6 to 5 co-favorite, the fast closing Perpetual Rock. Third, Number 7, Captain of Rock and Roll, ahead of Beaten Favorite or Co-Favorite. Number 1, Beef and Cheddar, 4th. And completing the high 5, number 6, No Sport Pun Intended, finished 5th. 4, 5, 7, 1, 6, the unofficial top 5 in race 11. Please hold all tickets. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle for the second time this season. It's 15-1 winner of race 11, number 4, Arizona Jackson. He's a 5-year-old bay gelding by Better Than Cheddar out of Arizona Beach. Owned by driver Clark Stacy of Lansdowne. Trained by Kara Stacy, the co-owner. Some great poses in the winner's circle down there. Arizona Jackson was bred by Robin Morley of Mildmay, Ontario. Arizona Jackson won at 54 and won a new seasonal best. Congratulations on winning race 11. Race 11 is official. Prices are posted for race 11. Number 4, Arizona Jackson returns $32 to win. The $2 4-5 exactor pays $99.50. The $1 pick 3, 2-1-4. 2 of 3, $96.30. 3 of 4, a $1 late pick 4. 3 of 4, 1-2-1-4, the winning combination. The 20-cent ticket returning $344.54. The 20-cent super high 5, $604.77 for the 4-5-7-1-6 combination. $182.80 for that $1 try and $171.70 for the 1-4 combination. $2 late double. The race 11 rundown is now displayed. 6-5 co-favorite. Number 1, Beef and Cheddar, was 4th. 2, Howie's Man, was 8th. 3, Woodmere Gaelic finished 6th. 4, Arizona Jackson, the race winner for Clark Stacy. 6-5, co-favorite number 5, Perpetual Rock, was a fast closing second. 6, No Sport Pun Intended, finished 5th. 7, Captain of Rock and Roll was 3rd, and 8, Skylar was 7th. From the top down, your program should read 4-8-6-1-2-5-3-7. The fractions 26 and 2, 55 and 2, 124 and 2, 154 and 1. A new seasonal best for Arizona Jackson. That concludes tonight's card of live racing from the nation's capital. We thank Ontario Racing for the kids camp tonight and the Ontario Sire Stakes for bringing the thrilling 3-year-old filly pacers to town this evening. Tonight's handle, $366,934. We hope you can join us again coming up on Wednesday, August 27th, with a 6 p.m. Eastern post time. Enjoy the rest of your evening and week. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer.